Theirs very soon. Affectionately known as the shore's greatest stretch, Monmouth Park, Oceanport, New Jersey. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, men and women who sacrificed everything for our freedom. From our perch above the clubhouse turn, welcome. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. We'll be here on Fox Sports 1 till the bottom of the hour, then it's Fox Sports 2 the rest of the way. By the way, he's champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Richie, our first time working here at Monmouth together, using the term working very, very loosely. I'm always curious, when we are at a track for the first time, for you, what's the first thing that comes to mind, whether it's a race you rode in or a favorite racing memory, specifically here at Monmouth? Like, what is it?
Well, Lafitte, I'm going to give you two. One, before I started riding, I came down here with Stephen Eldemaro, my boss's son, to run a filly called Trampoline. Was ridden by Karen Rogers, who was a very, very good rider back then. I think she was still an apprentice. She won, and I was the hot walker. And I was in the winner's circle, and I was pouting because I felt like I should have been on that horse, even though I was underage to ride at that point. But then about a year later, I came back, and I won the regret handicap on a mare called Island Charm. He must have come from 25 lengths out of it, going 6 furlongs. And, you know, to kind of come full circle in a year from hot walker to winning a stake at Monmouth was pretty special.
Your day would arrive. Your day would arrive here at Monmouth Park. Great times on the Jersey Shore, 80 years and counting. As for today's featured event that Richie did win back in 2004, the Cliffhanger, only race on grass this afternoon. All others washed off. Turf course listed as good. It's wide open, and while number 5, Forever Super, is the tepid morning line favorite, let's start with the expensive Colt number 1, Signature, improving on grass. Richie, this was the Henry Clark on firm ground last month in Maryland. Signature, you'll see the gray on the attack. Fulmineo off the 7-month break, closing well.
Yeah, listen, Sammy Marin rides the turf terrific. He was your leading rider at Tampa Bay Downs this year. This horse has kind of proven to have a turn of foot on the turf, where earlier in his career he looked like a little one-pace horse that would just kind of grind. But he's definitely gotten some nice setups, good inside-out trips, saving ground, and look at the way he's reaching for ground. Will that translate on less than firm ground, though?
$1.7 million purchase, trained by Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. When asked about the switch to grass after 12 dirt races, Richie, Shug said, he forced my hand. He had to try something new, referencing a series of dull dirt races. So, like, what has it been? What is Signature doing better on grass than he was doing on dirt?
Well, just what I was saying. I think he lacked acceleration. We term that turn of foot in racing, where he could really accelerate at the finish. On the dirt, he was a little one pace. He just kind of grind. He wasn't kind of getting a good foot on the ground. On the turf, he's proven to be able to finish the race.
Not making any comparisons, but that's exactly how Lure wound up on grass. Yeah, that same Lure, 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner, trained by Shug McGahee. Just a horse on dirt, but a monster on grass. As we welcome Paul LaDuca to the broadcast, standing by in the box area. Paulie, yeah, so it won't take a Lure-like performance to win today's Cliffhanger, but the nation's top turf trainer is represented in Chad Brown. What can you tell us about Bellouni?
Well, Bellouni is in good form, and you know, listen, he hasn't run a bad race in a while. If you go back and you look at some of his form, you know, he was gelded at the beginning of the year last year and started getting Lasix, and he became a different racehorse. And, you know, after being in a lot of different stakes races at age 3, I just think that Chad kind of hit the reset button with him. They gelded him, and then started getting his confidence back a little bit with some allowance races. And now they're going to try, you know, Stakes Company for the first time back again today at age 5 and as a new gelding. So, you know, you kind of wonder, Lafitte, whether the gelding has helped him a little bit or it's been Lasix, because Lasix is off today. But Chad's horses have come in here. He had a first-time starter, really run well. And I had mentioned this last year at Saratoga. The horses that train here for Chad at Monmouth Park, you do not throw out. So in the horses that he brings there, they're not second or third string. I hate when people say that kind of stuff. Now, Bellouni might be, but I think he's got a big shot today from a tiny bit off the pace.
Another contender in this deep edition of the Cliffhanger, Bellouni. Richie, going back to the turf course, right, listed as good. If it is a true good turf course, who does on paper that figure to help? Who does it hinder?
Well, I always look for horses that have shown the ability to perform on less than firm ground. Now, the course is labeled good. I have to say it's probably more on the soft side of good. We had a tremendous amount of rain in the tri-state area. Obviously, here in New Jersey, all the other turf races are off. So a horse like Bologna, if I'm saying that properly, Bologna? No. This is a horse that ran in France on soft ground. And, you know, people talk about, well, they race on very soft ground in Europe. Well, they're moving meets every 3 or 4 days. It's not, you know, Monmouth, they've got to use this turf course for the rest of the summer, so they've got to take care of it. They're not going to get fresh ground. So this is a horse that handles less than firm ground. The horse I'm really interested in at 8-1 on the morning line is the 2 highest distinction. This is a horse that has proven very good on soft or less than firm ground. He won on good ground in Pimlico, soft ground elsewhere. And now he's had 2 races on synthetic that look less than his par. So people are going to look at that and throw him out. His surface is turf, not synthetic. And if he can get back to his better turf races, he's a big player here.
Circle back to that 2023 form and look out. Wide open edition. 47th running of the Cliffhanger, race number 9. Post time around 4:51 Eastern. Before we get to say hello to my favorite people on the planet in New York, a reminder, Belmont Stakes Week looming. Saratoga looming. Sign up today at NairaBets.com. Join now. Get a $25 free bet. $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up, NairaBets.com. Now to our friends in New York. Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin on set at Aqueduct. Guys, how are you?
The only reason Lafitte is being nice, I want everybody to know this, is because the Dodgers won that game in extra innings. If the Dodgers had lost that game, you'd be crying and whining and not being nice. Is this correct? You still owe me, by the way, wearing a. You have to wear a Mr. Met uniform on camera. You still owe me that. Jonathan and I are going to be purchasing that, and you will be wearing it in Saratoga. You will be.
I'm sure somebody will relay whatever Andy's saying. Yeah, I lost audio. I can't hear a word you're saying, Andy. Sorry, man.
Richie, I'm sorry you have to spend your afternoon with him. I really am. Anyway, it's great to see you, Richie. It was good to see Paul. It's good to see you as well. And we are on the turf for 3 of the 5 turf races. Race number 4 and 11 are off the turf. Just so much rain. The good news is things are clearing out, so we should be good to go for the rest of the weekend. And the 8th race is on the turf. It's not our feature, but it is maybe the feature of the races we're showing since we can't show the Paradise Creek. And what do you do with a horse like Hillyard, who he and Freedom Trail have the best races of anybody here, but he's coming off a long, long layoff?
Yeah, very long, 485 days to be exact. And, you know, he's one of those horses that doesn't do a lot to help himself out early, right? He doesn't have a lot of early speed. He becomes pace dependent. He still runs well despite that, but he does become a little camera shy because of his running style.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, he has done some hanging in his career, that's for sure, just 2 for 27. I actually had texted with his owner, Jordan Wyckoff, the other day saying, oh, Hilliard's back, and he was laughing. He said, oh, he's one of your favorites because we've talked about him before. And he told me that while he had a bit of an issue, he was actually ready to run over the winter, but being that he had an issue and was off the long layoff, they didn't really want to run him on the turf at Gulfstream, so they've been waiting for a race here. So he has been ready to go for a little while. I was talking to morning line maker David Aragona, and I said, don't you think Hilliard's too big a price? And he said in his experience, these layoff horses often don't get that heavily. I think he's dangerous. I didn't pick him in here, however. The horse I'm really against is the second choice War Officer in this race. I don't love him off that race at Gulfstream.
No, and he's one of those horses that has the same obstacle, right, of not having a lot of early speed. I think if you can identify who could make the front in here, which I think is a hard thing to identify, you can have a great feel of who's going to probably be in the exact at some point.
Well, one of the reasons I liked the one Brits Wit is I thought of the forwardly placed horses, he might be the one that had the best chance. That's race number 8. A lot of action on today's show. Glad to see the stake at Monmouth is still on the turf. Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. The 3rd race, a New York bred allowance, race number 8 we just discussed, and of course Monmouth. We start out our cross-country pick 5 with 3 races down there, 2 here. That'll start in race 7 at Monmouth, and the Cliffhanger on the turf, as the guys were discussing, a wide open and fun-looking race. We think they bet a lot of money on Irad Ortiz in New York. I don't think it's anything compared to how much they bet Paco down at Monmouth. Pretty amazing, but he is a rider that wins a lot of races. Much more to come as America's Day at the Races continues.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the winnerly pick 5 on our wagering venue. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome to Monmouth's Hall of Champions. Over the decades, the legends who've raced here, honored and remembered. Bold ruler, the bid, immortal ruffian at 2, sorority stakes winner here in 1974. Spectacular bid, one of the very best to ever look through a bridle, his trainer would tell you. Riva Ridge, Derby winner, fascinating story surrounding his loss in the 72 Monmouth Invitational, and inside information en route to that 95 Breeders' Cup Distaff romp. 2 wins right here at Oceanport. Richie, that Hall of Champions and legendary thoroughbreds that has performed here in Oceanport over the years.
Well, just such a rich history in racing here at Monmouth Park, and the great champions that have competed here, and the great horsemen that used to stable here, an elongated meet, and great riders. This has been a proven ground for riders for years. You think about, obviously Joe Bravo, Chris Antley, Julie Crone, and so many others. Paco Lopez now in the midst of an incredible skiing, what he's able to do here. So it's always great to be here. One of the great races I love going back and watch on YouTube is the Sapling with Buckpasser, coming from no place, going 6 furlongs and getting up.
Richie's in my Hall of Champions, along with everyone else who backed him on a horse by the name of Swamp in the 99 Jersey Derby. Richie, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Swamp was a very good horse, and he was a horse that had a little bit of a mind of his own. When he wanted to get going, you had to get out of his way and let him go. So it would always look like you moved a little early on him. This day, he was probably 5th going down the backstretch, took the lead into the far turn. But when he wanted to go, get out of his way, let him do his thing, and he was a good one for John Kimmel, who actually has a horse in on today's card. John grew up just down the road here from Monmouth Park.
Swamp winning that Jersey Derby, 50 miles from Meadowlands. The Swamp, like easiest headline ever, right? Until you realize 2 starts prior, Swamp won a race called the Everglades at Hialeah. Are you kidding me?
Well, he was by Slough City Slough, right? Seattle Slough being his father. We had him at Fair Hill, the training center. And they've got a turf course there, and if a horse could go 25 and change up the hill at the turf course, they were a runner. Swamp, before he ever ran, went 24-4 up that hill. So when he broke his maiden at Aqueduct, we all got a little bit richer that day.
Swamp, too good. Jersey Derby winner and the Everglades winner as well. Meantime, we have live racing just around the corner here. First of 10 races, Monmouth Park. The turf racing, aside from the featured Cliffhanger, all off the turf. Meet the field for this $40,000 claiming event, mile and a 16th fillies and mares. Several scratches, stress reliever, main track only, 7 to 5. You'll see her in the post parade. There's Miss Ruby Cube, a second start, lifetime on dirt.
And just turf pedigree, both sides of the family, male and female. Tried dirt one time in and off the turfer. Wasn't a great effort.
Miss Rummy Cube, then Victory Girl at 72.
Has run well, but on off racetracks.
Authenticate now, and Sonny Leone second in the rider standings.
Yes, Sonny Leone, Kentucky Derby winner, has speed. Will her form translate to dirt?
Alicia Ruiz in the saddle of Southampton Dock.
This is who I like. I just think she makes a lot of sense here, getting back to the dirt. Race is good enough to win.
Stress reliever, draws in, main track only. Paco, even money, all adds up.
Well, you're always going to take more money with Paco here, and Paco delivers. You can't get away from that. That's a fact, and this is for Jamie Ness. So understand why she's taking all the money. I just prefer the 7 a little bit.
The runners in the opener, $40,000 claimers, mile and a 16th, fillies and mares. Paul LaDuca, trackside stress reliever. Paulie, for Paco Lopez, had that big opening day, 4 wins, but since then, just 1 for 13. Does he get a win on the chalk in this first race at Monmouth Park?
Well, I think part of it, Lafitte, is like when you're here, he wins 5 or 10 races. So he might put on a 5-win card because whenever you're here, he wins races. You went out of town, and he didn't win that many races, but he's got a big shot here on the outside with Jamie Ness. Now, Jamie's had 6 runners at this meet. 3 of them have won. He's 3 for 4. The other 2 horses that didn't win were kind of horses that landed in his barn, and they were the first start of his barn. So horses that he's conditioned into this race. He's 3 for 4 on this racetrack. So the 9's going to be very tough, and the horse was entered for main track only. Now, the 7 in here, Southampton Dock, I'm in agreement with, Richie. If you look at this race and say the 9 scratches, Paco was going to be on the 7, and they would have stayed on dirt. So, and this horse has got some decent races going a mile and 70 and a mile and 1/8. We've seen the Parks horses ship here and do very well. So that's why I think this horse is your second choice. I'm just not a believer in the 5, the John Pimentel horse. I just think, first time over a fast racetrack, and, the 2 wins, or at least the 2 good efforts on a muddy racetrack. I landed on Authenticate now. I just think this horse is going to be in front. And with a lot of horses that are turf runners, I know Paco is very sharp. He'll keep the pressure on Sonny Leone. But this horse, since blinkers have been added, has been better. Now you might look and say, oh, this horse is a better turf horse. But I try to look a little bit, I guess, into the racing form, Lafitte. And this horse was second choice first time out. On the dirt, got left in the gate with Joe Bravo. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this horse actually worked well on dirt. Maybe the blinkers were help. And I'm getting 6 to 1. And if, by the way, if you have a 1952 Mickey Mantle, Lafitte, get that authenticated now.
Get it in a Brinks truck, security, protect it. Authenticate now. Sonny Leone, 6 to 1. Paul's top selection, stress reliever. Richie, 6 to 5, the favorite. It's the Paco factor, but yeah, that big opening day, the 4 wins. He won the Long Branch as well, the featured event. It's a small sample and way too soon to call it like some slump or cold streak, but fact is just 1 for 13 cents.
Yeah, that won't last. Paco rides too many live horses, and horses run for him. And you see what he does in the post parade? He just kind of goes off and does his own thing. He meanders, he wanders off. I think he's
Paco.
He's so relaxed about it. I think the horses get very relaxed about it. Horses feed on energy, positive and negative energy. One thing about Paco, he doesn't act like he has a care in the world.
How would you best describe why, for more than a decade now, an 11-time champion rider at Monmouth, that Paco has had this extended time of sheer domination over the years at Monmouth Park?
Well, again, horses run for him. The guy is a winner. He seems to win wherever he goes, and he has tack, will travel. You'll see him showing up at different venues on days off from, Monmouth, obviously. But just the fact that he's riding as many live horses, and people have come to expect good things from him. So, in this business, it's a catch-22. When you're winning, you're wanted. When you're not winning, people, you have the plague. People want away from you. Well, Paco's been winning consistently.
For our viewers on Fox Sports 1, Red Sox, Orioles at the top of the hour. Perhaps viewers that don't follow racing on a day-to-day basis, you had a situation here, Richie, where you had the same jockey named on 2 horses, Paco Lopez on the 7, Southampton Dock. Paco Lopez listed on the 9, Stress Reliever. He's riding Stress Reliever, the favorite. How does that all work?
Well, when the entries are made, you have to name a jockey. If a jockey has 2 calls in the body of the race, meaning the horses that are already drawn into the race, they have to get a replacement for one of the horses, so the agent has to make his preference. But in this case, Stress Reliever was entered for main track only, so technically he wasn't in the body of the race. Paco was allowed to be named on both, with his agent telling the entry clerk, my first preference is the 9 Stress Reliever. My second preference is the 7 Southampton Dock. So if it comes off the turf, I will be riding the 9 Stress Reliever.
Those decisions, how much is that the jockey's agent? How much is that the jockey just instructing the agent beforehand who he wants to ride?
Well, it varies from agent to jockey. Different relationships. Some riders have more say than others.
How'd you like to handle it?
I wanted my agent to take care of that stuff. I wanted to concentrate on
So you
riding.
had somebody to blame when you were wrong.
Well, when it turned out wrong, yeah, then I could yell at somebody.
Perhaps if Paco chose wrong, Alicio Ruiz, the mount on Southampton Dock, 3-1 is the second choice. What do you make of her chances?
I like her. She's my top selection. I think the disparity in price between the 7 Southampton Dock and the 9 Stress Reliever is not warranted. They should be much closer in price.
That's the Paco factor, right?
Absolutely the Paco factor there. But, sometimes, too, it's not even about riding the best horse. It's about preserving relationships. And obviously Paco has a big relationship with Jamie Ness. Jamie Ness is trained 122 winners so far this year. Lou Linder, terrific horseman, doesn't have as many horses, has won 20 races this year. You want to side with where you're going to get more business out of.
Ready for this 3rd weekend of the 80th season at Monmouth Park. Love that shot for the jockeys. Game faces on. Ready to rock and roll. Mile and a 16th, $40,000 claimers. Final check of the tote board. Stress Reliever, odds on 4-5 with Paco in the saddle. Matt Dinnerman with the call, the opener, Monmouth Park live on Fox Sports 1.
And to the outside post, Stress Reliever off the turf today with the exception of race 9. That's the Cliffhanger Stakes, our feature. That remains on the turf. Again, race 9. 10 races on the card today. Good luck. We're ready to go in the opener. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Miss Rummy Q bobbled a little bit coming out of the gate in his last early on. Stress Reliever on the far outside, prominent. Authenticate Now has some early lick as well, and these two are 1-2. Authenticate Now taking control of things. Stress Reliever takes a hold. Will track from the outside second. Miss Rummy Cube makes her way into third with Southampton Dock. They're 2 clear of Victory Girl, who's the early trailer. The quintet races around the clubhouse turn. The 10-1 long shot. Authenticate Now leads the parade. A length and a tail ahead. Stress Reliever goes off as the even money favorite. Runs in second. Miss Rummy Cube third to the inside of Southampton Dock. And Victory Girl in the 3 path gets closer, joins that pair. 5 runners separated by just 2 1/4 lengths as they head down the backstretch here. Authenticate Now is still carving out the fractions. Just a half length in front. Paco Lopez is a strong hold on Stress Reliever, who goes really well on the outside second. Has not been asked for his best yet. They're 2 clear of the last 3 who line up on the inside. Miss Rummy Cube is sent hard, losing position, gives way to the back. Victory Girl claiming third with Southampton Dock, but both runners under pressure. Around the far turn, Stress Reliever goes better than the rest. Stress Reliever neck in front. Authenticate Now sent hard, but has lost the lead. Paco took a peek back and sees that Victory Girl's on the move in the 3 path coming to the top of the lane. Stress Reliever still cruising. Puts a length in 3/4, now 2 on the competition, and is just sitting in the saddle like a statue here is Paco Lopez. Stress Reliever opens up the score to 4 lengths with 1 furlong to go, and Stress Reliever has turned the Monmouth Park dirt into her own personal playground today. Stress Reliever geared down under the line, was never asked for her best, won by 5 in the end. Victory Girl was second, third home Southampton Dock. Authenticate Now was 4th, and then Miss Rummy Cube.
Make it 2 for 14 since his 4-win Opening day, Paco Lopez, stress reliever, the favorite. Easy win in the opener at Monmouth Park.
Was a winner every step of the way. One of the things Paco does so well, gets his position going forward. And once he was able to set up shop right outside of the 5 Victory Girl, who had speed. Was it 5? Victory Girl?
Victory Girl.
Paco was in the right spot, and this horse won easy. Talk about no stress reliever.
None.
Won as easy as a horse can win.
The weigh-in odds-on favorite should win, make it an even money favorite, 9-5-7-6-1 by daylight. Crop uncocked, geared down. Paco and stress reliever in the first of 10 here at Monmouth Park. Those results forthcoming. Those are for you hanging out, waiting for the start of the Red Sox-Orioles from Camden Yards. A slight rain delay, we are told. It shouldn't be too long of a delay, so until they're ready to get things rolling in Baltimore, we're going to stay right here at Monmouth Park as you just watch stress reliever. Again, 9-5-7-6-1, race number 1. Those results coming up. And, what could be the start of a very productive afternoon for Paco at Monmouth Park. What else is new?
Well, he has mounts in pretty much every race. They're live mounts. He and his agent hitting on all cylinders. And I bet Andy Serling's a little upset that the Baltimore game's delayed. He's a big Baltimore fan.
He's not too happy with his beloved Mets after last night in that overtime thriller with the Dodgers. Paco riding He's Pure Gold in the Cliffhanger a little bit later on for Kelly Breen. What do you make of his chances?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the course is going to have a say in how horses perform. I mean, it's just we don't know exactly the amount of give in the ground. And one thing is it's not chewed up. It's early in this Monmouth meet, so they haven't really had a chance to cut the turf course up, if you will. I prefer others in there, but you can never count Paco out, particularly here on the Jersey Shore.
And here's the thing. We've talked about several of the contenders in that Cliffhanger. Like still no mention of the actual morning line favorite in Forever Super, maybe a tactical edge in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. He's not a front runner, but does do his best running when he's up close in the mix. I think you see a change of tactics with him today. Forever Super, wide open Cliffhanger. The opener was not wide open. Clear, cut, decisive victory from stress reliever. Only one entered main track only, the surface switch, and she dominates with Paco Lopez in the first at Monmouth.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets. to America's Day at the Races. Jonathan Kinchin and Andy Serling here holding down the fort at Aqueduct. Acacia Clement is down in the paddock. We'll be hearing from her momentarily. Of course, we have the crew at Monmouth Park as well. And Jonathan, we're starting things off. Race number 1 coming up, and the favorite currently, the number 4, Harlan's Band, who might just be taking a needed drop.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I thought this race was actually a little bit tricky. There's a couple of horses. I didn't like Harlan's Bond's last race, but there's some races in the last 2 or 3 that made a little sense for me. I'm going to go elsewhere just because I'm not interested in 9 to 5. But I do think that's definitely one of the horses to beat.
No, I think it is a tricky race. I mean, Santagata woke up last time, Andy off last time. And if she runs that race, she's obviously competitive in this race. I thought Dolce Sarah, the 6, a little bit interesting as well. Did you have her anywhere in your play?
I did, especially if you look at her last, 4 or 5 races. She has been super wide in every single race. If she can somehow work out a little bit of a better trip, I think she could improve off of those 4ths, 2nds, and 3rds.
And even though she's 2 for 45, I'm not sure this is the kind of race that you want to do a lot of hair splitting. And listen, Harlan's Bond, who's the favorite, is 2 for 27 lifetime. She should be forwardly placed, though, likely with the 2. Carol Said No.
Yeah, I would think so. The issue I have with Carol Said No, the 2 horse, is that she ran okay last time, but I just can't figure out why she ran so poorly when she was odds on 2 starts back.
I'm not sure she wants to get the mile distance. I think a mile may be a significant stretch for this horse in here, and I think her falling apart sort of brings the race together. And we dealt with a track yesterday, albeit muddy and sealed, that I thought was playing very fairly. Now, we have seen times as tracks have dried out that's helped speed, but overall, except for a period of time, the tracks have mostly been fair around here.
That's always a good thing. I mean, well, I think
it
for
is.
the connections, I think sometimes for bettors, it's kind of fun for us to have a racetrack that might kind of be an advantageous racetrack for certain horses because it provides opportunities moving down the line. But I think that if you can have a fair racetrack, it's always better.
Right. I mean, it's hard enough. The game's tough enough. Most of the horses, in fact, in all likelihood, 6 of these 7 horses will not finish first unless there's a dead heat. So it's tough enough to try to win. And when a track is against the horses, it's tough for connections to bring horses over where they basically know no matter how well they run, they can't win because the track profile is preventing it. And for the most part, we deal with very fair tracks around here.
Oh, I completely agree. I will talk probably a little bit more as we get through the post parade. I think the one's interesting, Fast Kimmy. It's actually who I'm going to pick in here. I thought that she had an excuse in her last start. It was she hadn't run in quite some time. She hadn't run since last August. But when she did run in August of last year, it was a pretty good race. I'm hoping that maybe last race she just needed it and we can find our way back to that race that she had last summer.
I can't argue with that. If she can find that race from a speed figure standpoint, she's good enough. Beating Miss Fashionista is not something that I would be proud of on my resume, and I think she was about 1 to 5 or 1 to 9 that day. But obviously, from a speed figure standpoint, and look, to be fair, she was coming off an 8-month layoff last time, so you can cut her a little bit of slack for that. The question really is how good a dirt horse is she, because that one win was an off-the-turf dirt race, and sometimes those races can live a bit in isolation. But we do get to the one, Fast Kimmy, you were talking about, Jose Lezcano riding this horse for trainer Phil Serpy.
Yeah, when she finally got to the dirt, she ran pretty well. She had some good numbers on other surfaces in the past. Like you said, maybe she just needed the race last time off the 8-month break. I'm hoping that she did.
The number 2, Carol Said No, should be forward with Manny Franco for Ilke Cantermachi.
Yeah, it's just that race 2 back was a little bit concerning, and then the last race wasn't particularly fast.
The number 3, Santagata, not named for the legendary rider Nick Santagata, who works here. Kendrick Carmouche riding for Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, this is one who ran well last time, but kind of had everything his own way there. Her own way, excuse me.
Probably a horse that ran better, maybe getting to the outside. Javier Castellano rides Harlan's Bond for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, this horse's race 2 and 4 back makes sense. It's the races in between those starts that are concerning.
Longest shot on the board, Amity Island, trained by Eddie Persaud.
Yeah, hadn't run in 226 days, and is going to have to run a lifetime best here to beat this group.
The number 6, Dolce Sarah, Eddie DeLoro, and I think, Ricardo Santana picks them out.
Yeah, last 5 starts, this horse has just been wide all the way around there. If they can work out a better trip, Ricardo can work out a better trip. I could see this one.
The 7 Soul Secret is off the claim for trainer Wayne Potts, being ridden by Francisco Martinez, who's returning from, I believe, an injury.
There is a trainer change, and that's obviously something you could look for a horse to improve. The problem with this horse is absolutely no early speed, and I don't see the trainer necessarily changing that right away.
We'll see what happens in this race. There is a third member of the team here at Aqueduct, of course, and that's Acacia Clement. Acacia, a little bit warmer than yesterday. How's the paddock feeling? A little.
It's pretty good, Andy. Very nice in the sun, actually, continuing to warm up today, which is certainly appreciated being out here. But we'll start off with your favorite in Heartland's Bond, who does stretch back out in distance, which I like. There's a lot of length to her frame. She's kind of got that long tubular build. I think she's built more like a horse that would prefer this distance. She looks great. I don't have any problems with her from a physical perspective. She had a lovely warm-up away from the pony out there, but you are having to take the worst of it with the price. But I do think on the drop and the stretch out, she just kind of makes a lot of sense in this spot. The 3 Santa Gata, I agree with Jonathan. She got a good trip, but I more agree with Andy. I think she really did better when kept outside of horses and in the clear. I don't know if maybe she's a horse that does not appreciate kickback or just the way that she travels. She gets a little bit intimidated when down inside, and she's not the biggest horse. Sometimes horses of a certain size are better when not being stuck down in size, but she just seemed last time to travel so much more comfortably than she had prior to that. And I haven't seen her in a few starts, but mentally she has settled so much more as well. And with that will come a better reliance to react better and react more kindly to her rider's cues. She warmed up beautifully out there, and physically she just looks best in here. I think that she's a horse that has improved mentally and physically, coming in at the right time for Horacio de Paz, and I like her staying at this mile distance. The number 6, Dolce Sarah, I've had a little bit of a soft spot for her as well. She's a horse that runs frequently, but she often shows up. And even that effort back at the start of April, 3 back, where the rider actually dropped the crop in the stretch. She was running on behind Chasing Daylight in there last time out. I think maybe being wide, not the most comfortable. For her standards, sometimes she can get her not the best in her coat, or maybe just looking like she's turning a little bit. Not the case. She's held herself very, very well as she comes back to the races once again, and she's another one that I really think will appreciate longer, and I think getting onto a drier track. I don't think she liked that wet track last time out. Finally, the one Fast Kimmy. This is a horse that Chuback, when she won in August in Saratoga, I'd written that she just didn't really look fit that day, and yes, she was able to win over Miss Fashionista in an off-the-turf race. Last time out, she was off slow, but it was off of a big layoff, and while I wasn't in the paddock that day, I'm guessing she probably really needed that race for a fitness perspective. She's very fit in here. I still think physically she's built more like a turf horse, but she has run okay on the dirt in the past. Jose Lezcano has kept her moving constantly, kind of in stop and starts out there on the track. I think in large part to hopefully make sure that she breaks a bit better and can get into the race a little bit more, because I think that will be a key for her. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Acacia. Much appreciated. We got a field of 7 in here. Harlan's Bond at 8-5. This is just not the kind of horse I want to take at a short price, but I can understand on the drop down in this field why she's favored.
Yeah, I just don't trust her. I mean, if you look through her past performances, right, her best, most recent race, probably February 6th, where she was second. She got a nice figure. She was 2-1 that day, and it feels like she has to have everything go her own way for her to run well. And at a short price, I'm just not interested in that. If she drifted up in price, then sure, yeah. I'm not saying she can't win. I just think 3-2 is just a little bit silly.
Well, I mean, every decision that you make is based on price, and I think an interesting, you look at. I was going through like the 4th race today, which is off the turf. It's obviously very hard to know how a race like that's going to get bet. And the morning line is meaningless because the morning line has basically every horse left in it a long shot because they were the morning line based on a turf race. And that's the kind of race where I think, as a bettor, you're supposed to keep a very open mind and say, I could see any of these 4 horses winning. They're all sort of similar in ability or something close. One of those 4 horses is going to inexplicably be 8-1 in there, and maybe that's the horse you're supposed to bet. And I think there's races where you have to have an open mind. I think this is one of them, like you took the 1 here. I don't think that you're in love with the 1 Fast Kimmy's chances But at 6-1, she's good enough for you, just as Dolce Serra at 5-1 is good enough for me. I wouldn't bet her at 5-2 or 3-1.
So often when I, at least for how my brain works, when I land on a horse like the 1, it's a lot less about liking the 1 that much and a lot more about disliking the 3 and 4. And so when you have the dislike for the 3 and 4 at those two prices, it just kind of you default sometimes into other horses, and it just so happens that they're 6-1 or whatever it might be. I don't like 7 either at 5-1 off the trainer change. I don't
understand why she's that short a price near.
Well, I think the trainer change
coming off a win too, I guess a little bit.
But the trainer change is not going to make this horse find themselves involved early. That's the problem for me.
This is a horse who was claimed away from John Terranova, who's a terrific trainer. He and his wife Tanya do a tremendous job. Horses claimed away from John Terranova on the dirt over the last 5 years are just 2 for 17 with a 71-cent ROI, which suggests not an easy trainer to claim from, and it's all about trying to beat the takeout, and you do that by being smarter than the other bettors, and it's not an easy thing to do, but you're not going to do that taking 3-2 on a horse like the 4, which is not to say that she's a massive underlay, just not exactly the kind of horse that either one of us wants to bet at 3-2. And what you talk about is sometimes making bets based on process of elimination. I find some of those are the best bets that you can make.
100%, and I think they can steer you into or away from favorites. Sometimes I'll be a favorite where I'll land on it because I don't like the 5-1, the 6-1, the 4-1. I don't like those.
You don't
horses.
want to create fake opinions, but you have to evaluate, and you have to start every discussion of a race. Who is the favorite, and how do I feel about that horse? The last horse is getting ready to load. Let's head up for the first time today to our announcer, Chris Griffin.
11 races. Today's card. All set. And they're off. Dolce Serra has asked for speed towards the outside with Soul Secret, and in between horses comes Harlan's Bond. At the rail is Fast Kimmy, who's now quickest, and Fast Kimmy with a head in front. Sanagata is up with the early action too, and they're the top two as they get set to come out of the chute. It's going to be Fast Kimmy and Jose Lezcano, rail position and up by 1.5 lengths. Sanagata is tracking from second, moving to the outside 3 wide. That'll be Carol Said No, wanted off the rail, is out in the center of the racetrack with the shoved along Harlan's Bond. Getting passed to the inside by Soul Secret, who now claims the 4th position. They're still well off the rail there in that second grouping. Second to last is Dolce Serra, the trailer, Amity Island. They're chasing Fast Kimmy. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. In pursuit, that's Carol Said No, who moves to the outside of Sanagata. They're second and third. From the back, Soul Secret's trying to run on. Harlan's Bond is out wider, now starts to cut into the margin, and here comes the run from Harlan's Bond as quickly Sanagata drops out of it. Dolce Serra has made up some ground. It's still second to last, and the trailer, Amity Island. They still haven't got to Fast Kimmy. Fast Kimmy is in front, is up by that full length. Soul Secret is towards the inside. Carol Said No. Harlan's Bond has been running in spots, is trying to make up some ground towards the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. 1:11 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and Fast Kimmy is sprinting away. Fast Kimmy is now up by 5. Dolce Serra is in that second group, is running on the grandstand side outside of Harlan's Bond. Soul Secret. Fast Kimmy was intent on getting to the front, has a 16th left to go, and Fast Kimmy's almost there. It is all Fast Kimmy to win the opener. Fast Kimmy wins a 3-horse photo here for second. Dolce Serra to the outside. Soul Secret's in there with Harlan's Bond in 1:36 and 4.
What an easy game. How do you ever lose the racetrack when you pick a horse like this, Jonathan? 7-1, runs off the screen. This horse ran today, and nobody else ever got close.
I can assure you, when I was doing the process of elimination and landing on this horse, I didn't see this horse winning by open lengths.
Wiring the field.
No, I didn't see that at all. But it's one of those deals. I think that it just comes to the point of you don't have to love a 7-1 shot. You just don't have to like a couple of horses that are shorter.
Well, a nice pick with Fast Kimmy to start the day off. We're going to pause for a minute. We'll be back with you on FS2 in just a moment.
Quick reach for the remote. Horse racing fans, welcome back. Welcome to Fox Sports 2's coverage of America's Day at the Races. Aqueduct and Monmouth Park in Oceanport. On our perch here just above the clubhouse turn, he's champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So the Red Sox and Orioles ready to do their thing over on Fox Sports 1. We're here focusing on the horse racing off and running here at Monmouth and Aqueduct. The featured event here a little bit later on, race 9, the Cliffhanger. Richie on a good turf course, some overnight rain. It is the only grass race this afternoon and a really good competitive wide open edition of the Cliffhanger.
Yeah, I know it is, and like all turf races, trips. You got to get a trip. It's not good enough to be on the best horse sometimes. You've got to save ground and make the most of the opportunities that are presented to you. And we have to factor in the fact that this is not a firm turf course. There has been plenty of rain in the area. And it's going to affect certain horses different than others.
And we won't have a chance to analyze any other grass racing because, again, the only turf race this afternoon. That's the Cliffhanger, race number 9. First things first, race 2, Post Parade Brewing for the $7,500 claimer. Non-winners 3 lifetime. Fillies and mares, mile and 70. You like looking for water at 5-1 with Samuel Marin.
I just like her getting back to the 7,500 level, and also that she's already won at Monmouth Park. I like when horses have had success, even though she doesn't have a winning profile.
Samuel Marin, champion rider, Tampa Bay Downs. Also, Monmouth at Meadowlands aboard. Then number 2, the Archer or the Prey. Even money favorite now is Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, taking a big drop in class. Horse has been competitive for 12-5, but another one, 2 wins, 6 seconds, much like looking for water. Special
Affair, 2 lifetime wins, both on grass, though. Then the 5, Maria Says So.
Yeah, another one that was well beaten last time at that 7,500 level at Parks, excuse me.
Subway Susie isn't fast, but battled for the lead in her latest. Then Shining Sky, not much in her return to dirt racing last month.
No, I mean, she had been on synthetic at Gulfstream, gets back to dirt. Just kind of feels like the race runs through the 2 inside horses, and a 2-turn race, you like inside posts. They're going to get to save ground into that first turn.
One of those races, little ago, a long way. The $7,500 claiming event. Paul, the Archer or the Prey, odds on. Your thoughts on her chances? Is she trustworthy in this spot, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know if anybody's really trustworthy in this spot, especially at that price. But, when you look at the barn change, Claudio Gonzalez, I had mentioned this last week. He started the meet 1 for 17 last year, and he ended up winning the meet. Now, this horse transfers to a different barn, who's already had 2 good starts of this meet, Silvino Ramirez. And what do you do with this horse is really run some decent efforts, gets back to that race 2 back, is probably your winner in here. I just don't know if you want to take 4 to 5 in this type of race. I'm in agreement with Mig that the 1 and the 2 are the horses to kind of beat, in here. I took a look at the 6 in here, Subway Susie, a horse that tried to take a field, gate to wire. If you look at her resume, at least her, fast races on fast racetracks are better than anybody in here. You look at the rest of the mares in here, they're basically over on the dirt. That being said, I landed on the 3, Special Affair in here. It's a horse that does have 4 fast races on the dirt. You're getting a decent price at 5-1. The last race, that was a legit stumble, and I think this horse can be involved early enough, and I like the price, Lafitte. So, listen, at 4 to 5, the 2 is going to be tough to beat, but Special Affair for me, the filly by Mendelssohn.
At 5-1, Paulie's top selection, Special Affair. As the warm-up continues, if Special Affair is going to be successful and trigger the upset over the Archer or the Prey, what is her key to success?
I think Paul just said it, that she can get involved a little bit early. You want forward position. It's always been my experience, Lafitte, that lower-level horses, and this is a lower-level race, $7,500 claimers, are more easily discouraged than horses of a higher quality, if you will. So to me, it's about getting in a spot where your horse gains confidence and doesn't get discouraged.
As Paul found a 6-1 winner in the second race, Monmouth Park, Special Affair. We'll find out in 2 minutes. The odds-on favorite, the Archer or the Prey. What he has found is the food trucks and the festivities. Paulie, all part of another great Saturday at Monmouth Park. They are going to work, and so many different options, selections for the fans here for the food trucks this afternoon.
I'm hitting up that sausage.
It's absolutely glorious down here. I mean, you could see all the picnic areas down here. What they do is they grab the food from the food trucks. They got a band playing today. It's absolutely phenomenal. And the castle is done, Lafitte. And I got to give a shout out to Sergeant Rob Kelly, who gave me this American flag. He's a veteran. I gave him, thank you for your service. We took a picture, and he looked right at me. He said, you know what? Those 2 horses in the sandcastle, they don't run anymore. That was the line of the day.
And we thank you for your service, Rod Kelly. And for the fans here, they had a record in attendance for the Mother's Day crowd a couple of Sundays back. Memorial Day weekend, always exciting here at Monmouth Park. And yeah, in between the races with the different activities, the food trucks, and great afternoon to spend the day with your family here in Oceanport.
Such a lovely venue. It's just such a pretty place to come racing. And again, I love the way they embrace the history here. You walk through the racing office, you walk through the corridors of the building, pictures of the champions that have competed here, both equine and human. It's a great place to go racing.
No sausage and peppers for you when you were riding here at Monmouth. So you can enjoy these. You can enjoy these things now.
Oh, I'm hitting up that stand. First break I get. I mean, I love sausage and peppers to begin with, and those look like they're done well.
Whatever you get, bring back 2.
You got it.
Maybe 3, my friend. The food trucks here at Monmouth Park, and the racing continues as we've reached post time for the second race. Again, it's just a $7,500 claimer, non-winners of 3 lifetime. They're all for sale. They're all 2 for something. And the creation of these types of races, Richie, by the racing secretaries around the country, finding a level that these horses that otherwise facing open company, facing other horses not restricted, really wouldn't have a chance to be competitive.
Well, and that's the whole idea behind claiming races for people that don't understand it. If a guy has a horse that's worth $50,000, certainly could run the horse in a $7,500 claimer. The horse is not going home with him; he's going to someone else's barn. So it's a way of the industry policing, keeping a horse that's much better than the competition from dropping in and just stealing a race from them. It's a way of keeping the racing competitive.
This second race in the wagering, it doesn't feel competitive with the Archer of the Prey as a 1-2 favorite. Sammy Camacho early on, what are you expecting for him to do in the early stages of this mile 70?
Well, 2 starts back at Parks. That was with Paco Lopez aboard, but Sammy Camacho is certainly an aggressive rider. She was on the pace, and in a race that really doesn't have a clear-cut speed. I think anybody who shows initiative can make the lead here if their horse has a modicum of speed.
And Samuel Marin on the mare you're going with. You mentioned the Archer of the Prey, the horse to beat, the mare to beat, but you're going with Looking for Water, and a big price up there at 8-1 from the 3-1 morning line. Big things expected from Marin this meet, Monmouth.
Well, he's coming off just a terrific winter at Tampa Bay, and he's a good rider, rides the turf extremely well. And when a rider's a leading rider at a meet, their confidence level really blossoms. And from what I understand, Samuel Marin is a guy that really likes to work.
Hard worker, good rider. And in the starting gate with Looking for Water, there's the favorite, the Archer of the Prey. Odds on post-time second race from Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Dinneman.
5 coming forward. Subway Susie. Shining Sky to the outside. We're ready to go. And flare off. Special Affair gets the first call. Subway Susie put into play, is sent for speed, and these two get acquainted early. The Archer of the Prey runs in the 3rd position. Shining Sky is parked deep while Maria Says So finds herself between horses going into the first turn run. Looking for Water at the back while trying to get out here just a little bit on the first turn. Now straightens up, and she's 5 lengths off the pace. Around the clubhouse turn they go, and the pacemaker is Subway Susie. Kicks onto a length lead. Special Affair delegates to track from the 2nd position. The Archer of the Prey gets off the rail into 2-path, and now 4 runners are across the track, a length and a half behind Subway Susie, who still leads the way down the backstretch run. Special Affair to the inside of the Archer or the Prey. Maria Says So is 3 wide. Shining Sky farther out, and Looking for Water getting closer on the rail. Looking for Water without being asked, passing a couple of runners here. Shining Sky dropping to the back while under pressure with a half mile to go. Still on the lead. Special Affair, a length in front. The Archer or the Prey, stalking intently from the second position. Subway Susie has lost position third, while Sent Along going in the wrong direction, needs to turn it around here. Shining Sky is making a move, is re-rallying, was last at the half-mile pole, and she's circling the field to take the lead, and Subway Susie's coming back on again from the inside. Special Affair being swarmed on both sides, and those three are across the track. Make it four as the Archer or the Prey is right between horses. They're down the lane here. Subway Susie has reclaimed the lead with 1 furlong to go. Far outside, Looking for Water's coming on with her run. In between horses is Shining Sky. It's a driving finish. Shining Sky, the Archer or the Prey. She's coming back on now, and Looking for Water on the outside from last. Looking for Water got it. Looking for Water over the Archer or the Prey, then Shining Sky and Subway Susie.
Not exactly poetry in motion, unless you had her at 8-1, as the MIG did. Looking for Water. Exciting finish, though, with Samuel Marin on the far outside in the second at Monmouth Park. Wow.
Yeah, she just got up in the shadow of the wire. Worked out a beautiful trip. I mean, she got spun a bit wide turning for home, but down the backstretch to creep up into that inside position. Nice job by Samuel Marin. Boy, her name's Looking for Water. They were all looking for the line
looking
here.
for a place to lie down.
Yeah, it was a little bit desperate late. The couple of odd trips, all right. The 7-horse kind of dropped out, came running again, Shining Sky. The favorite, the Archer or the Prey, certainly had her opportunity, just
She
got
ran
run
fine.
down.
Just run down late.
Yeah.
Just run down late. Samuel Marin, Looking for Water. He's been part of the difference with Signator as well in the Cliffhanger. 2 races on grass, 2 races with Samuel Marin, and perfect thus far. That's the Cliffhanger. This is the second at Monmouth, where Samuel Marin finds the winner's circle. Looking for Water at 8-1. Results when we come back. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Fox Sports 2. Looking for Water wins the second mic drop moment for Richie McLeory. Picks an 8-1 winner and leaves the set. Now joined by Paul LaDuca, who else, quite frankly, surprised we were able to pry you away from all the excitement and energy downstairs with the food trucks and festivities.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. We got a beautiful crowd here today at Monmouth Park, and it's lined out past the parking lot over there, and there's more food trucks, and that's where I discovered the fried Twinkie stand. So I might hit that a little bit later.
Something for everyone. And yeah, busy, exciting Memorial Day weekend here at Monmouth Park. And an exciting finish. Again, it wasn't necessarily pretty, but everyone pretty and smiling in the winner's circle after that one. Looking for Water, going wide here, Paulie, finding her best stride, Samuel Marin in the saddle.
Yeah, the 6 kind of like got resurgent. Subway Susie inside the 3, but the widest of all, which has not been the move so far at this meet, was able to get up. And yeah, great call here by Richie. And he got a big overlay. This horse was 3-1 on the morning line. He got a good price. And it just shows you they have fixed odds here. This horse paid $7 in the fixed odds, but you played here. You got what, $18?
8-1 at post time. Looking for Water. The favorite, the Archer of the Prey, just ran fine.
Yeah.
Ran fine. Just run down late. Looking for Water and Shining Sky completing the exacta 1-7-2, race 2 of 10 in the books. Monmouth Park. Just getting started here, just getting started at Aqueduct, where the horses for the second race are in the paddock. The early pick 4 is next. Post time in 6 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code BELMONT25.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. John and I were just talking about, you have a trip to Claiborne coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to go check that out next week. That'll be fun. It's the places like that, the history in this game is what is always a nice part to kind of latch on to.
I agree. I love Claiborne Farm. The one horse, Macville, I think the lighter half of the entry that I'm no longer picking at 5-2. With Jose Gomez.
Yeah, I mean, neither side of the entry makes me feel very warm and fuzzy, and the fact that you're going to get 5-2 just because it's 2 for 1 is no good for me.
I like the 1A Western Wolf who went by, but this price is ludicrous at this point. The 2 Sunday Gilt, I thought was the one to beat, going out with Manny Franco for Ilke Cantermachi.
The horse has been betting his last 2 starts and just hasn't done much running. It's the only concern I have.
Back to the dirt for Brave Bear, Ruben Silvera and Mitch Friedman.
This horse had a lifetime best last time on the grass, but then shows up here on the dirt.
More reasonable spot for Good Question. Lane Lussey riding for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, this one was a little bit interesting. Has at least some early pace, can make his own trip.
One Vision, Oscar Brera and Hernandez Moreno, excuse me.
Yeah, the horse hadn't run well in the last couple starts, and then was a vet scratch on May 5th.
The number 6 horse, Shakin' the Bell, goes out for Rudy Rodriguez with Villapino riding.
This is where I landed reluctantly, but at 11-1, we'll talk about. I'll pay to figure it out.
The 7, Majestic Arc, Leadership Mongol, and Katie Davis.
Yeah, I mean, set a slow pace last time. How much better of a trip can this one get here?
And rounding out the field is the 8, Diabolico, Jenna Antonucci, and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, ran pretty well last time, but got a slow figure. That'd be my biggest concern.
Well, I like the 1A here. I thought she was in a very good stalking position. I like the trainer switch to Wayne Potts, but I will not touch this horse at 5-2.
Yeah, I ended up landing on the 6 just because I liked the last race. Horses run 18 times. I've basically not liked the other 17, so I guess it's a little bit of a problem. I'm just hoping that whatever it is, maybe the turner, the corner has been turned, right? We're going to get 11-1 to find out. It's not something that I'm overly confident about. Like I said, there's 17 races I don't like and one that I do, but it just so happens the one I do like is the most recent.
11-1 seems like an awfully big price on this horse as we head down for more from Acacia.
We'll start off with the lettered part of the entry, drawn all the way to the outside in the 1A Western Wolf. This is the one that physically I very much prefer. First off the claim for Wayne Potts, and I agree that the price on the entry is tough to take, but like I said, this is the one that stands out, and I know was not able to sustain the run in the last couple of starts, but I think breaking to the outside should help, and we've seen Christopher Elliott since he became a journeyman, or I should say 5-pound apprentice now, as he's continued on with getting more mounts and more opportunities. I think that he's really strengthened as he's gotten more aggressive, and I do expect this horse to be forward, though he had a relatively quiet warm-up out on the track. The number 2, Sunday Gilt, I agree on paper, looks like the horse to beat. Now going out for Ilkay Kantramasi, was off a little bit awkward from the outside post last time out. My one big concern is that, Andy, I know you love a turnback. I just cannot see this horse as a sprinter. He is huge. And breaking from the rail as well, with a horse that sometimes has had a little bit of gait issues and just getting out cleanly, getting bumped a bit. He's warmed up away from the pony, kept moving by Manny Franco, moving well. He looks great, very strong. He's just not a horse that would strike you as one that's built like a sprinter. The number 8, Diabolical, finally got the win last time out, but I find him a bit of a tough pill to swallow. Couldn't get the job done 2 starts back, was a pretty hungry field and a very short price last time out. Also felt like maybe he's turned the corner in the wrong way a little bit, just in his coat and in the way that he's warming up out there. Maybe once he's broken through, he could be able to continue moving forward, but I felt that there was a bit more depth to the field of what he was meeting in the way that he stacks up from a physical perspective in the preliminaries as well. That brings me to the 4. Good question. As I kept going through, I kept going back to this horse who he won impressively first time out, and then last time out he was really sharp to the front and then just wasn't able to keep up against far better competition. So he gets a drop in class in here today, and while he has some size to him, he's shorter coupled, he's compact, he's very, very strong and powerful. And this is a horse that I want to give one more chance to on the drop, facing some easier company, to see if he can run back to a race like we saw first time out, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. You know, judging by one race, and I'm not saying there's any kind of bias, the way the one won the last race, Inside Speed did well. And good question, very likely will be the Inside Speed in this race.
Well, I think that, if looking at a race where a 7-1 shot wires on the rail, it's the starting point of evaluating if there is an inside bias. It's a starting point of it. I certainly wouldn't go crazy at this point. I actually liked the horse, so I wouldn't go crazy, but I think that it is a starting point of evaluating if the racetrack is playing fair.
I think that's very, very fair. Last horse game ready to load. Chris Griffin has the call. Race number 2.
Macville. Western Wolf, last to load. Here's Western Wolf. Christopher Elliott aboard. Stepping forward. Going in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Good Question in between horses, but plenty of pressure. Shaking the bells in that early mix. Here comes Brave Bear to join the early fray. Out wider there is Majestic Arc. Is going to be 3 wide in that front trio. To the inside, it's Brave Bear. In between horses there, good question. Who broke on top is back to second. Very tightly bunched on the front end, though. Majestic Arc is 3 wide, is now a shared third. Tightly at the rail is Sunday Guilt. Manny Franco nowhere to go, just taps on the brakes, is back to 6th. Here comes the entry towards the outside. That's Macville, and right there with Western Wolf. They're now 4th and 5th as they work into the far turn. 22.40 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Making a move at the rail there is Sunday Guilt, who is in some traffic, is now alone in 4th. From the back trying to rally on, that's Diabolico. Towards the back end of the field there, Shaking the Bell, who lost ground, and One Vision at the back. Brave Bear is tenacious towards the inside. Majestic Arc, Macville is trying to pounce on top of them. They reach the top of the stretch through a 45 and 3 half-mile time. Trying to tip out there is Western Wolf. Sunday Guilt still nowhere to go in between horses. Diabolico's making up some ground and Shaking the Bell on the grandstand side. Macville has taken the lead. It's Macville. Brave Bear continues to battle on. Diabolico is trying to pounce. Majestic Arc, Sunday Guilt trying to overcome the trouble. Here comes Sunday Guilt in between horses. Inside the final 16th, Brave Bear still there. Sunday Guilt in time. Sunday Guilt will win it over Brave Bear, who came back. Diabolico's in there, finishing 3rd. Then came Macville, Majestic Arc, Shaking the Bell. In 1 minute 17.53 seconds.
Can't get a better trip than Manny Franco gave Sunday Guilt, getting the job done. And Jonathan, we saw 2 horses that spent most of the race on the rail, finish 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just a great spot for Manny to be in. He's got a wall of horses in front of him. It might seem like it's not ideal, but he was saving ground on the turn on the part of the racetrack, Andy, that you pointed out, that we've seen the last 2 winners and the horse that ran second in here spent a majority of their time, ended up working out a perfect trip, did Manny Franco.
You know, just the way the 3 was basically done top of the stretch and held on to get narrowly beaten to finish second, and the way the horses trying to close on the outside sort of didn't put in their runs leads me to believe, coupled with the first race, that we may well be dealing with an extreme bias here. It's early, don't want to be certain about it, but I think at this point you may want to start thinking about outside closers. May not be the way to go, the way the 3 dug in, and Manny, what a great trip he worked out. Breaking from the rail with Sunday Guilt, getting to split, coming along late to get the victory here, in this case, off the claim for Ilkay Cantermachi, the number 2 Sunday Guilt.
I think the best way to handle it at this point, what I would recommend is, while you're still trying to evaluate it, is give a slight upgrade to horses that you project to get an inside trip and a slight downgrade to horses that you feel are going to get an outside trip. I wouldn't go wholesale changes of the things that you evaluated.
Like a long shot with an outside post you're supposed to be playing, but right now we're seeing those indications, and we have seen it happen on a number of days following a sealed track, and we had that yesterday. As we head through today's card, a lot more to come. White Barrio looking to get himself back on track to get that retribution, the redemption, the Met Mile. Of course, a horse who won the Pegasus earlier this year. We'll be right back.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Monmouth Park. Paul, I should stay there, negating any chances of catching traffic and showing up late to work, ... again.
Yeah. I mean, so many people were taking pictures in front of that cow. That thing is immaculately done. It was not done for opening weekend. They got it done, and it is beautiful. It takes more pictures than anything else, I think.
It's as much of anything else a part of Monmouth Park. And this post-parade for race number 3, you're looking at Antonona, Dennis Drazen, homebred, chairman, CEO of Darby Development.
Yeah, and a horse that brings speed to the party. There's a lot, short field, but there's some horses that like to show speed.
Backseat Romance, improving on grass, off the turf on the main track for this third race. Again, only turf races, the Cliffhanger. There's Gold Stamp.
Yeah, Gold Stamp for Mike Deeney and Paco Lopez going to take money.
Cozinal, My Purple Haze Stable, debuting homebred.
Yeah, Terry Pompey pretty good with her first-time starters, although she hasn't had one so far this year.
The favorite, Merdama, C2 Racing, Safi Joseph, Team White Abario.
Yeah, a 5-year-old mare by Gervin who had a very good first time out. Obviously, a lot of other things have happened since, but, lost it 2-5 last time. But if she runs her race, she's going to be tough to beat.
That's the field. Third race, $40,000 maiden claimers sprinting on the main track. Richie now trackside from the 8-1 winner you gave our audience in race number 2. But as you know, a what have you done for us lately sport, Richie. Who wins the third?
Yeah, just same thing as when you're riding. You're only as good as your last winner, guys. But we'll start down on the inside with the one Antonona, trained by my good friend John Kimmel. I think she would have preferred this race to stay on the turf. She's very quick. She has speed, but she's breathing fire. I mean, she's completely dappled out, really, really on her toes. I think she's going to show really good speed. And you get Jersey Joe Bravo, who made his bones right here at Monmouth Park for Dennis Drazen, homebred for Dennis Drazen. We head back to your two favorites, starting with the 6 Gold Stamp. You get Paco. She has speed, coming off a good effort at 5.5 at Tampa. Obviously, she's a major player, particularly with Paco aboard. And then you've got the 8 Merdama, who does have an extension blinker on the outside eye. And it's always a little bit tricky, particularly you're going in last into the starting gate. You've got to get set, and you've got to make sure that your horse is looking straight down the racetrack, because that extended blinker cup is going to inhibit her ability to see. And if her head is turned slightly to the left, they'll have a tendency not to brake as well. Also, the fact of the matter is horses tend to run towards open space, and she has nobody outside of her, so a lot of empty space. She makes a lot of sense on paper. I will say, though, that blinker gave me a moment for pause, guys.
At 7-5, conceding 7-5, you don't want many reasons for pause. That's Merdama we're talking about, while you're looking at Cozinal, the first-time starter. But Merdama, that C2 Racing, as mentioned, Safi Joseph, that's White Abario. White Abario, of course, the 2023 Breeders' Cup Classic winner. If not for Cody's wish, he's the champion older horse. He is the horse of the year, Paulie. But so much has happened since. A disappointing 2024, another trainer switch, and now in the midst of a promising 2025.
Yeah, back to the original trainer. And I would think, he's obviously won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's got a high cruising speed. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I think the mile was right up his alley. Where, they can just drop the bit, let him run from the beginning, and he's going to be a tough customer.
Is he back? Are we seeing his best form? The White Abario, who blitzed him in the Whitney and eventually in the Breeders' Cup Classic in the fall of 2023.
Off his last race, I could say he's almost back. I thought he ran really well. He needs pace to run into, especially when he's going a mile, and I think he's going to be very dangerous. And like you said, he's very obviously a proven racehorse.
You saw Rick Dutrow on the right, now back with Safi Joseph. Tie that up in the moment as you look at some of the highlights in Belmont Stakes weekend, the schedule. There's so much there. It's grade 1 after grade 1. You feel bad alluding to any of these races as being on the undercard. Of course, the Belmont Stakes is the main event, but just about any other day, any other track, anywhere, the Met Mile is a headline affair.
Yeah, that's 14 stakes races for you on just 2 days. This is amazing. It's going to be absolutely just the betting opportunities are going to be amazing, and we're going to have some good-looking kids out there just like that man.
He's got his goldfish. He's on Dad's shoulders. He's at the racetrack. Like, life is good, young man.
Good call on the
Life
goldfish.
is
Lafitte.
good.
Yeah. Good call.
I think I brought some goldfish for lunch today because nobody was bringing me anything from the food trucks. Yeah, so the warm-up continues here. But just a final thought on White Abarrio with Safi Joseph. He said that first start when White Abarrio was moved back to his stable, that the pressure he felt, just an allowance race, and this is a horse who, again, has competed at the highest level and traveled abroad and run in $20 million races and won a Breeders' Cup Classic. He said the pressure was on because the way White Abarrio, the way things had gone, the disappointing effort in the Saudi Cup, the disappointing effort in last year's Met Mile, like, retirement was part of the conversation, and based on how he performed in that allowance race was going to determine his future and whether or not his racing career would continue.
Yeah, and I love the way that Safi handled it all. When the horse went to Rick Dutrow, Safi could not have been more happier when the horse won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Yeah. And, you know, I actually talked to Rick, I want to say about a month ago when I was reporting down at Aqueduct, and I asked him about it. He said, he always comes up with Babe. He said, hey, Babe, he had ran out of my barn. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, listen, sometimes a horse needs to change new scenery, and I gave it that to him for a little while, and then he got a little sour on me, so I wanted to give him back to Safi. And, you know, going back to Safi, the horse found, you know, a new scenery again, back to old where he was, and I think he's regained his form. I think he's going to be ultra tough.
He better bring his best. That Met Mile with fierceness, arguably the best horse in training in North America. Mind frame, we don't know. It's either the Met Mile or the Stephen Foster Churchill Downs, where he's perfect in 2 starts, maybe Nisos. White Abarrio, a star-studded affair for the Met Mile. But what would you expect, right?
It's a premier race. It's a stallion maker. It's one of those races, when you win it, it stamps you big time when it comes to the breeding shed. It's just a prestigious race. I always think, you know, obviously you want to win the Kentucky Derby, you want to win the Preakness, and you want to win the Belmont as a 3-year-old. But for me, if I was owner, I'd want to win the Met Mile.
You mentioned stallion maker, case in point, Vacoma, a winner a few years back, and in recent years, a champion maker. Last 3 winners of the Met Mile, all crowned champion older horse. 2 of them, horse of the year, Flightline Cody's Wish. 5 of the last 10 Met Mile winners eventually crowned champion. Can't wait for this year's edition, 2 weeks from today, all part of the Belmont Stakes program, winding down the 2025 Triple Crown for the 2nd year at Saratoga. Back here at Monmouth, Paulie, they're at the gate. Final thoughts as we get set for this $40,000 maiden claiming sprint on the main track.
Well, I think the 8 is the horse to beat. You know, the 1, 6, and 8 all show a ton of speed. We don't know what the 7 has. She's a first-time starter. So I landed on the 8 here at 4-5, nothing special. I'm going to try to get an 8-3 home. I think the in this race, and has got 4 second-place finishes. I don't think can win, but Patrick McBurney's gotten off to a good start to this meet, and he claimed this horse last time out for 16, bumps for 40, but I think the race shape favors this filly.
Who's ready to graduate in this $40,000 maiden claimer? It's post time. Matt Dinneman with the load and call, race 3 from Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
Kozan all coming forward, and Meridama to round out the field here. The gray, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Meridama goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Aunt Nona with a little bit of a slow start, and then taking up right after the start was Backseat Romance. Kozan All, the first-time starter, going to the lead, strides a length and a half clear of Gold Stamp in second. Meridama is third to the outside. Gap of 2 to Aunt Nona, space of 5 to Backseat Romance at the back. A half mile to go. The first-time starter, Kozan All, leads the way. Here it's Gold Stamp to apply some heat, and these two hit the far turn together. Gap of 2 to Meridama, nickled along a little bit from the 3rd position. She's a length in front of Aunt Nona, who's scrubbed upon. Backseat Romance still well out of it, detached from the rest as they come to the top of the lane. Gold Stamp on the outside, putting up a strong test to Kozan All, who's lost the lead in second on the inside, but she's trying to come back on. These two together as they come off the corner. Aunt Nona right behind them, exchanged a brush with Meridama, who's coming down the center of the track. She's gathering good momentum down the center, Meridama. Gold Stamp in front. Maradama right there to the outside to engage these two battling with 1/16 to go. Gold Step, Maradama on the outside, reeling her in. Maradama gets it. Maradama breaks the maiden over Gold Stamp. Goes on all, and Aunt Nona were next, and then Backseat Romance.
Right on cue, Team White of Barrio. Maradama in the third at Monmouth Park, 4-5. Wow, odds on it post time.
You sure that's not White of Barrio? Does Safi Joseph Jr. train all the Grays in this world?
Seems like it.
It's really hard to run down Paco Lopez. He's one of those guys that really, when he stays left-handed, he's going left-handed hard on Gold Stamp at the 8. Maradama's just going to run down your second choice here. And you're right, odds on at 4-5 here. And Sassy Joseph, he had a tremendous meet when he shipped horses up to Oakland. Wherever he ships horses, they run.
Yeah, they do. And a relentless run. Maradama in the third race here at Monmouth Park, 8-6. Photo for third. Results when we return. Plus, a look ahead to the Sunday feature at Monmouth, the Miss Liberty Stakes with a $100,000 purse. She has a massive class edge. Grade 1 placed. Just missed in the Just a Game. Grade 1 Just a Game by half length. Mission of Joy for Graham Motion, the headliner in tomorrow's Miss Liberty.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Manny Franco heading in the winner's circle with trainer Ilke Cantermachi and Sunday Gill. And this was one where Manny could not have worked out a better trip.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's if you're a jockey or a person who's bet on a horse, when you see that position that Manny found himself in, it's an exciting position. You know you're getting the best of it. You're in behind a wall of horses that are dealing with one another, and when you're ready, you're going to be able to find a gap and produce your run. Unless, of course, you're journalism. Sometimes it can be a little harder.
Well, Manny was also patient. I think it's interesting you mentioned journalism, because I think there's also an argument that maybe Umberto Rispoli could have been a little more patient with him. Hindsight is 20/20, to say the least. But waiting in this case, you see how Manny waited, and usually you get out.
Yeah, usually, right?
Not
and
always.
I think that in that, if we go back to the Preakness, I think in Umberto's position, I would imagine being down there and knowing you have all this horse underneath you that you just, I got to go now.
It's hard to wait.
It's hard to wait.
Hard,
it's
know.
hard to wait.
I think Ramon Dominguez has that ability. Joel Rosario, certain kind of patience. And as it turned out, he did win the race. And at the end of the day, that's what mattered in a very exciting fashion. The number one, the current even money favorite, Battle of Lexington's one to beat. I think you'll see his odds come a lot closer together with Palace Boss looking at multi-race bets as we get more on race number 3 from Acacia.
And we'll start with Battle of Lexington, as he does come in as a bit of the new face, returning to restricted New York bred company after running competitive figures against open company. He did win last time out at Hawthorne. Now he's in good form altogether coming in for Wayne Catalano. This is a horse that I did see previously when he was with Kelsey Danner, and he was one that just never really grew, never really changed. I feel the same thing about him here. He looks terrific. I just really do wonder if 9 furlongs is the best distance for him. He's a little bit of a smaller, handier frame, very fit, pretty athletic, great in his coat, very relaxed and professional, just not one that would strike you as improving with more distance. But as mentioned, he's been facing open company. He was kind of swapping leads, flipped back to that left lead last time out in the stretch, but had the best momentum closing late. So we'll see if he can bring that good recent form here into his fellow New York bred company. Now, the number 3, Just Licorice, is a horse that will be stretching out to the 1.125 for the first time. And by contrast, he's one that immediately strikes you as being convincing to get the distance. The biggest problem with him is that lately he's had absolutely no speed. He was very far back last time out and climbing a little bit early on in the race. What that means is as they're kind of moving up and down more than moving forward. And you can understand why this is a horse that they started on the turf early because of that. So he's one that takes a long time to get into stride and to settle. And he did run on up the rail last time out to be a distant third. But this is a horse that I do think will appreciate more distance and will also give him a bit more time with the 2-turn configuration to get into his stride as he needs to. Probably will drop back and make a late run, but we'll see if that will force him almost to kind of get going a little bit earlier as it does come up a little bit faster into that first turn where the gate is positioned for the 1.125. But I'm curious to see what he will do as he stretches out. Andy?
No, I agree. I mean, I think Just Licorice is interesting in here, but the lack of speed's a concern. And the way we saw the track play in the first 2 races gives Battle of Lexington perhaps an even bigger edge because he projects to be the speed from the inside, and I can't imagine Junior's going to give it up.
Yeah, look, I thought it was a 2-horse race. When I looked at it the first time, I still feel that way, and I felt like, to your point, that the 1 was the one that had Battle of Lexington is the one who had the edge in terms of the pace scenario, the ability to take advantage of it, being drawn towards the inside. You'd like to think Junior will try to hold that position. And inherently he'll get the lead by trying to hold that position or at least be close enough. I think it's a 2-horse race, and I think the 1 has the best ability to take advantage of the scenario.
What do you do with a horse like the 6 Palace Boss on the outside, who obviously ran a figure last time that makes him very competitive, but it had been a while since he had run a number like that? And do you accept that's the horse he is, or is he more like the numbers he was running before that, which aren't good enough to win here?
Well, typically when it comes to answering this question, I look at the race last time and identify what happened differently to lead to the improvement. He had run at a 1-turn mile before. He had run at this racetrack before. There's no LASIK change. There's no blinkers change. There's a rider change. But do I think Louis Rivera is the one who made him 5 lengths, 6 lengths better? No, I don't think that's the case. That's where I start to question whether or not that race was just kind of a circumstantial situation.
I agree. I mean, it's probably a rider upgrade to Louis last time, but it's hard to say that was the reason the horse ran. And I think he's also in a position where he's probably going to be chasing this horse, Battle of Lexington. Wayne Catalano making a rare New York appearance with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, we'll see if Junior can send this one away from there. I think it would be a huge mistake if you look up and you see the Battle of Lexington sitting 2nd or 3rd.
I completely agree. He's the best horse. Go to the front. Jose Jimenez and Ricardo Santana hook up on Corvus.
Just really up against it from a pace standpoint.
Number 3 is Just Licorice, Kendrick, and Linda.
the same situation up against it, but Kendrick can sometimes try to put horses into better positions. This horse is going to be very hard to put into that position.
I agree, no matter what he does. Christopher Elliott riding Cumberland Blues for Pat Quick.
This horse's last 3 races are just okay. I guess if this horse works out a great trip, I just don't see on paper how he's going to get that great trip.
You got to love a Grateful Dead horse. I'm Solo in Love. Ruben Silvera riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
The 2, 3, 4, and 5 feel all the same to me. They're all just kind of okay enough that if they got the perfect scenario, they could win. I just don't see how they're going to get it.
And the 6 Palace Boss, the second choice, Louis Rivera riding for Horacio de Paz.
If there's something that has led to this horse's improvement in the last race, and he is that good, then he certainly can win this race. I question it, and I also wonder how is he going to work out a better trip than the 1, who I think might be better than him anyway.
He's not quite a 1-number horse, the 6, because he's run numbers that were close before, and it's not, a 90 buyer out of nowhere. But you do want to see if he repeats it, where, as you mentioned, with Battle of Lexington, he has a consistency in his figures that makes him a lot better. And, you don't see Wayne Catalano ship here that much. Over the last 5 years, he's 8 for 31, 26%. $1.76 shipping to New York, so his horses have run just fine coming here. And I think sometimes it's important with trainers from out of town that they've shown the ability to get the money in New York.
Yes, and not only that, I also like when a horse can show the ability, and you look up in that top left corner, you see Hawthorne, that can run their race no matter where they're running. Yep. This horse ran well at Hawthorne, ran well at Fairgrounds, Ellis, Churchill, Aqueduct, Keeneland, Belmont, Gulfstream, or not Gulfstream, excuse me, Delaware. The horse runs well everywhere. That gives me a little bit more confidence that this is who he is. He's consistent.
No, I agree. I think it's a very good point that he's been able to ship around and do well. He's finished first, second, or third 8 of his 13 starts. He's got the rail. He's just the horse to beat. His main competition, though, maybe Palace Boss. With more on him, let's head back to Acacia.
Conversation, because I agree with you guys. I do think the Battle of Lexington is arguably the best horse with that open company form. But as far as the distance is concerned, I do think that the 6 Palace Boss and the number 3 Just Licorice are a bit more convincing. Now, Palace Boss has his own questions to answer with that 1 outlier race, and I agree with Jonathan. I didn't really see anything that would have completely changed. Now, that being said, you never know what goes on behind the scenes when you're training a horse, or maybe it's a horse that has maybe some temperament or maybe even physical issues behind the scenes, and as you're working through that, steadily progressing to a certain point. So we don't know. But that being said, Palace Boss comes in and he looks like the type of horse that will relish the 9 furlong distance. He's big, he's powerful, he's strong. He was striding out beautifully back in the paddock and has really warmed up very nicely away from the pony under Luis Rivera Jr. And given the way that he's warming him up, and we do see a lot of horses get big warm-ups nowadays here, and it doesn't always translate, but I have seen Louis ride better when he's more aggressive, and the way that he's keeping him moving, keeping him going forward, leads me to believe that he's going to try to get some forward position, which certainly might be to his benefit. He was chasing inside last time out and took him a little bit of time to get settled as well, but he's a horse that I think maybe is just progressing in the right direction. Now today, he's got to prove he can do it again, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is, we have seen horses benefit from being inside. And unless Junior makes the mistake of letting Palace Boss go, I don't see that horse being able to clear.
No, and I think that the intent, I think a lot of times when it comes to pace, I know you and I both will love a pace figure. I love a replay. I love looking at the past performances. But the one thing that comes into the equation a lot is intent, the rider's intent. If the rider wants to make the lead, that can make a huge difference in a situation. And I would think that from this position, that Junior looks at these past performances and recognizes there's no speed in the race. I've drawn the rail. The rail definitely hasn't been a bad place to be in the last couple of starts. We could reserve judgment on whether or not it's
right.
a gold.
Fair.
That's fine.
Very
but
fair.
It's definitely not the bad place to be.
Yep.
You would think that Junior.
He just won a big race, right?
He did.
I can't remember.
He did win a big race. It was a mile and a quarter.
Another track, I think.
Yeah, another race.
Yeah, and I think that, some people might say, I don't understand why you care the post. He's got the 1, the 6 has got the 6. It's not that big a field. I don't think, if you think that, you appreciate how quickly they head to the turn in the mile and 1/8 races here in Saratoga. And we see it so much in Saratoga where we run more mile and 1/8 races. it's hard to overstate the advantage of being on the inside. You see them all go to that. So you see a horse in the rail, and it feels like heading the turn is like a length and a half behind. They cut the corner, and suddenly the horse is in front.
If you believe that, you know, the opposite of your argument you're making, then I want to see you in the Summer Olympics protesting for them to all start in a straight line. They stagger start because geometry matters. If you're in the wider
well, you
place,
can't leave the lane, though, in the Olympics, right? You have to stay in your lane.
Yeah, in the 400. Well, yeah, in the 400. I think in the 800 you could waterfall over.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm going to tell you, I do not watch the Olympics that much.
I think in the 800 you can waterfall, but you have to hold it. In the 200 for certain, you have to stay, and I believe the 400 as well.
By any chance, did you watch the movie about the young woman boxer? There was a documentary about her. You know what I'm talking about? It came out around Christmas. It was great, and she's a two-time Olympic champion. I was watching that movie. I recommend this movie heavily, but it made me sorry I didn't follow her career in the Olympics. A great story, this young woman from Detroit who had won, and then she came back and won again. Great story, and a really good movie. Anyway, it'd be nice if I knew the name, but then again, I'm just babbling here. They're heading in the gate. Chris Griffin has the call.
And Palace Boss. Palace Boss to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Battle of Lexington flashes early speed. Cumberland Blues. It's hard sent by Christopher Elliott. Wants to be up front. Corvus looks quickest, though. It's Corvus. We'll take him into that first turn. Corvus, and now Cumberland Blues is trying to cross over. Really wants to get to the front and will. And now Cumberland Blues will take command, is up by a quick 2. Taking back was Corvus, who's content to sit in second now. And right behind them comes Palace Boss, who's alone in third. Battle of Lexington broke on top, is back to fourth as the leader is now skipping away. They move to the back stretch. Second to last, I'm Solo and in Love, and the Triller. Just Licorice. They're chasing Cumberland Blues through a 23-4 opening quarter mile. Palace Boss is moving forward, doing it all on his own, and Palace Boss, Luis Rivera Jr., they've taken second to the outside of Corvus, who's back to third. Battle of Lexington is now tipped to the outside of that rival from fourth, starts to move forward from the back. I'm Solo and in Love, and the Triller, still Just Licorice. 48.21 for a half-mile time. Cumberland Blues is trying to take them all the way. Cumberland Blues. Christopher Elliott with a look over his right shoulder, and he sees Palace Boss ready to pounce, and here's Palace Boss ranging up on the outside. Battle of Lexington, still patiently ridden, now shoved along, is trying to move forward from third. Corvus not out of it, still there in fourth. Just Licorice from the back with I'm Solo and in Love. The leader is Palace Boss, and Palace Boss is cruising now on the front end. Trying to keep up his Cumberland Blues. Battle of Lexington has got to do better from there. Corvus is down at the rail. Palace Boss reaches the top of the stretch and tries to sprint away. It's Palace Boss who's opening up here on the field, is now up by 5 widening lengths as Corvus is trying to run on, is now taken second. Palace Boss has a furlong left to go. It's a mild rally from the back from Just Licorice, but approaching that final 16th. Palace Boss, just a stock and pounds trip, and Palace Boss gonna romp. Palace Boss wins it over Corvus, then came Just Licorice, and I'm Solo and in Love is in a photo with Cumberland Blues at 1:49.4.
Well, when the other favorite Battle of Lexington had absolutely nothing at any point in the race, Palace Boss found him in a race he almost couldn't lose here. And I'm starting to wonder if this is a horse that really did turn his career around when they switched to Louis Rivera.
You know, and it wasn't the ride. We were talking about how we thought that, I thought at the beginning of the race that Junior made a mistake. What's he doing? Why is he so far back there?
He had no horse.
He just had, the horse was empty.
Yeah.
So I don't change my mind that the best ride would have been, but if he would have made the lead, he still would have
If he finished second, you want to say, well, it didn't work, but this was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, whatever it was that changed the 6, this horse is better than he has ever been.
I agree. He seems to have really turned it around, and it's not a coincidence maybe that Louis Rivera rode him in both those races, getting it done for Horacio De Paz, a name that we hear quite often. Terrific trainer Horacio De Paz, Palace Boss, gets it done as the second choice at 9-5 in race number 3. Plenty more to come on America's Day at the races, and we'll be seeing in Saratoga Sovereignty just a couple of weeks. We'll be right back.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
There
outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. Horses on track for the 4th of 10 at Monmouth Park will make the turn, and we'll start with Lemon Creek Louie, 2025 debut, 0 for 10 in 2024.
Bullet Drill coming in. Melissa Iorio aboard for Dan Ward.
Diamond Heist and Samuel Marin looking for a second win this afternoon.
A giant drop in class for this gelding. 2 races here at Monmouth, has won both of his starts.
5-2 currently, 12-1 on Noble Fish, Monmouth debut, the 6-year-old Florida bred.
Diana Marici and Marici Racing Stable's gotten off to a good meet, so maybe a long shot to look at.
Hot Rod Rumble, great name, and best when he rumbles early.
Yeah, true. Matty Oliver will be aboard for Juan Bernardina.
Always charming, New York bred, blinkers off. Then the favorite, 7-5, Feast, Paco, aboard the veteran 8-year-old.
Yeah, a veteran 8-year-old is right. And, you know, I get that this horse is 7-5 with Paco, a key rider change. Horse has run 18 times in the last 2 years, and it's almost half the time. He's 8 already. He's run 44 races. That worries me a little bit at 6-5.
Feast, the favorite. Richie, is today the day for Feast, where he finally revisits the winner's circle?
Well, I think there's a key to this race, and that's the second choice. So let's go in order, though. We'll start with the 2, Lemon Creek Louie from the Dan Ward barn. Dan Ward's horse is always well turned out, looks terrific. A horse that probably will be better when he stretches out. It's a place to get started. But it's so interesting to watch horses, you know, and how they react to things. He was in the saddling stalls. He was getting real worked up. And then he got out of the paddock, and it was more space, and he was less claustrophobic, and he really settled in and made a super impression. Dan Ward won a race in New York the other day, his first New York winner. He will have a presence there on the NYRA circuit as well. The 3, Diamond Heist. This is a horse taking a precipitous drop in class. He's got races that would smother this field. He has 2 slowish works coming in here, and he just looks very, very heavy to me. You know, to be fair, I don't know what's in character or out of character for this particular horse, but he's an auto toss for me because he just does not look like a fit racehorse coming into this. again, maybe that's him. You know, people carry more weight than others, and it doesn't affect their athletic prowess. But for me, it's a big negative. The 5 Hot Rod Rumble would be the horse that I would look for a mild upset here. Could not look any better. Does have some speed. Maddie Oliver has such a great attitude. She's just so positive. And I believe horses feed on energy, whether it's negative energy or positive energy. She is just chock full of positivity. And then you've got Feast on the outside. You get Paco. He's a short price. He is 4 for 8 at Monmouth. They're not 2 for 2 of the 3-horse. But I think he's just going to get such a nice setup. He's got natural speed. He'll run up into Paco's hands. I don't like the price. I'm going to use him in Hot Rod Rumble, but it's Feast, guys, I believe. All you can eat.
For under $1, close to it, 6 to 5. Does have a win at Tampa last fall, but 1 for 18 over his last couple of years. Feast, Richie touched on Hot Rod Rumble. Paul, and that's what we need to watch from Matty Oliver earlier on. The more involved he is early, the more effective he'll be throughout.
Yeah, and some key information about the 3, that he, Richie thinks the horse needs a race, and that's huge, especially on a drop when you're dropping for 5, because connections expect to win. So, like I said, I was a little bit worried about the 7. I do think he kind of does win this race, but you're right. Hot Rod Rumble, when he's put into play early, he's a tough customer when he gets to the far turn. I had the race exactly like Richie, except I went 7-5, and I was trying to get the 4 into the number just because Diane's horses have been running well.
Mm-hmm. And Richie referenced the impression that Lemon Creek Louie made on him, who's being ignored here in the wagering at 8-1 as they've reached post time.
Yeah, Dan Ward's very good. You never know if Dan's setting one up for a little bit longer, like Richie says, or if they're going to fire. This horse has some races to go to.
And he's in the gate. Lemon Creek Louie. Diamond Heist, not making the best impression, but a 9 to 5 strong second choice. The favorite, Feast, to the outside with Paco. Matt Ditterman with a load and call. Post time, race 4 live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
And to the outside post, Feast. We're ready to go. And we're off. Always charming off a little bit slowly. Lemon Creek Louie ducked inwards at the start. Feast on the lead with Hot Rod Rumble a half length back. Diamond Heist right off of them, placed well on the inside third. Always Charming, who broke slow out of the gate, joins that rival. 2.5 to Noble Fish has come under a hard ride early on in the race. Lemon Creek Louie alongside now. They're down the back stretch. Hot Rod Rumble takes a hold of the bit and is quickest of the pack in the first quarter mile. Leads a length from Feast, who's placed on the outside on the tail of that leader going into the turn. A gap of 2 to Diamond Heist, clearly into third. Always Charming is in fourth now, right behind, trying to come on again on the outside of Diamond Heist, who's now come under some pressure around the far turn. Lemon Creek Louie, second to last, 6 lengths behind with Noble Fish. Quarter mile more to go. Hot Rod Rumble goes for the win. Feast trying to get out a little bit on the turn as they come off the corner. Is now left 2 lengths behind as Hot Rod Rumble still in charge. Now Feast is re-rallying down the center. Here he comes. Feast has taken command, ran right by Hot Rod Rumble, who's trying second to the inside, but Feast has more finish. Diamond Heist third, trying to come on into second, but Feast has it won. Feast gobbles him up to win it. Photo for second there. Diamond Heist, Hot Rod Rumble, and then came Noble Fish to round out the superfecta.
Right when it looked like Hot Rod Rumble was really rumbling, am I rumbling away? The favorite, Feast, and Paco had other ideas. Even money favorite at post time, and the 4th at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, kind of wheeled out of the turn a little bit wide. You can see Paco encouraging left-handed. Now, the 3 was sluggish a little bit. Diamond Heist. Richie hit this horse right on the head. Needed the race. Might have popped the 5. Ooh, that is bad beat if you had 7-5. I think the 3 might have gotten up for a second there. It just seemed like the horse got interested in the race a little bit too late when Paco already had the horse or the rest of the field beat, but it's really tight for second.
Second win in the last 2 years. Feast, and for a few strides, wide off the turn. It looked like it might be time to start sweating for chalk players in this 4th race.
Yeah, and Matty Oliver did the right thing with the 5.
Yeah.
In Paco's so good. He did it earlier. He does not let a speed horse get away, put pressure on Matty. Then he took the reins back on the 7, took off the 5, and Maddie's going down to the wire. We'll see right now. Ooh.
Diamond Heist got there for second.
Wow.
7, 3, 5, 4, 2 in the fourth race. Monmouth Park back to Aqueduct. Andy, where Palace Boss takes down the third.
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, he did. He took it down emphatically with the favorite, a complete no-show, finishing last. No surprise, as we mentioned, the money came in 9-5, but the way Palace Boss won, Jonathan, 9-5 looked like a steal.
Yeah, it looked like free money at the end of the day. This horse just is getting good, has gotten good, and ran to it. You know, there was really no stone in his way here. He got a nice trip. He ended up staying in the clear. He didn't lose much ground going into the first turn, which, like I said, I don't think it would have mattered. He probably could have went 4 wide, and still won for fun. But he's just gotten good at the right time for him.
He really has. A decisive win here. Easily being the number 2 Corvus, picked of the pieces for second. Palace Boss, Louis Rivera, and Horacio De Paz team up for the victory. $5.80 in the win slot. The 6-2 exacta paid just under $21 for a buck. Race number 4 coming up. Off the turf, unfortunately, in race number 4, it appears the favorite right now, and probably will be, the number 5 Higher Force, going out for George Weaver and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, I mean, look, you talked about it at the top of the show. When it comes to these races that come off the turf, you never really know how they're going to bet them. Sometimes a really talented MTO or a really kind of fast-figured MTO can kind of set the market. But when it happens to be just a bunch of kind of turf-type horses that are running on the dirt, sometimes it's your guess as good as mine.
Yeah, there is no MTO in here that looks like he lays over the field. America's Day at the Races will continue after this break.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen front, Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
And Rags to Riches is coming with a 4-wide sweep, and Tiago is in behind them. And at the top of the stretch, a filly is in front of the Belmont, but Curlin is right there with her. These two in a battle of the sexes in the Belmont Stakes. It is Curlin on the inside, Rags to Riches on the outside. A desperate finish. Rags to Riches and Curlin, they're coming down to the wire. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
Memorable Belmont Stakes it was, with Rags to Riches overcoming a stumble at the start to beat the mighty Curlin, who never went down without a fight.
I was actually thinking about this Triple Crown season not too long ago, and thinking about sovereignty and journalism and the rivalry that they'll have if they both get in the gate for the Belmont, both having won one of the legs, although journalism didn't beat sovereignty last time, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And this was the year that I kind of thought of where Curlin and Street Sense kind of had that thing going on a little bit, and obviously Rags to Riches winning the third leg.
Street Sense running that Belmont?
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I think he ran the first two.
Yeah, and then of course Street Sense won the Jim Dandy and beat Grasshopper in the Travers up in Saratoga. Curlin eventually winning the Jockey Club Gold Cup and the Breeders' Cup Classic that year. In the paddock for race number 4, we are unfortunately off the turf. This is pretty obvious, looking by the number of scratches here. And I think favoritism will come down to a war a bit between the number 1A, She's Cool, who's an MTO, and the 5, Higher Force.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to races like this, the first thing I do is I look through and who's going to be forward. Especially on an off the turf race. I think one of the biggest differences when they have an off the turf race that people misunderstand is I know sometimes people have different opinions about kickback, but I do think that horses that spend most of their time on turf aren't as used to it as horses that spend a lot of their time on dirt, getting dirt kicked back in their face. And I think that if you can be forward in a situation like that, it goes a long way in these types of races.
And isn't the 5 Higher Force? I picked the 1 because I thought the 5 would be the favorite. I've obviously made a mistake so far. I should have known with Irad Ortiz riding the 1A. Isn't the 5 Higher Force supposed to be the speed in here?
100%. And one thing else you can keep in mind, too, when we talk about intent, when it comes to certain trainers, the Brad Coxes of the world, the Bob Bafferts, the Todd Pletchers, the George Weavers, they do not take speed away from their horses, especially when it's used in an advantageous way.
I agree. If George Weaver has a horse with speed, you rarely see that horse rated. Toxic Girl may have some speed as well. And she's at least improved a little bit recently. I didn't think she was impossible, the 7 Toxic Girl.
Yeah, she made the lead last time, but the pace wasn't all that fast. So I felt like it was almost circumstantial. But sometimes when you have a horse that finds the lead and runs well, now that becomes, oh, this is who she is. They train her that way. They give the instructions that way. You know, hey, Jose, put her on the lead. See how she likes it out there. It can change a lot of things with the intent.
Another potential speed is the 9 Welcome Back Babe. It's possible she's the speed of the speed. And while she hasn't been that effective recently, or she did run her start 2 back, I think she fits on numbers.
100%. And she found herself a couple races back in a little bit of a looking another horse in the eye thing and turned that one away. I always give a little bit of an upgrade. If you're kind of the one, you don't have to necessarily, she did win the war, but if you can win the battle sometimes, a speed battle, I think it says a lot about you for your next races.
Though she did finish behind Toxic Girl in that race, the horse that she was dueling with. Be interested to see what kind of approach they take is now the 5 Higher Force back to being a slight favorite along with the number 1A She's Cool, who I have to imagine Irad and the Connections are hoping that there's a bit of a battle in front of them. As She's Cool comes on the racetrack, Irad Ortiz riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Irad's going to have to kind of play the hand he's dealt, take back, see what they do in front of him. Hopefully there's a lot of horses trying to find the front.
The number 5 Higher Force, Javier Castellano and George Weaver.
It feels like the most quality of the speed types in here that could take advantage of this race that doesn't have a clear speed horse.
Handle on You, the longest shot on the board, also for Rudy Rodriguez, this one with Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, they spelled Handle wrong.
You and Ray Handel have some punishment coming. You just don't know exactly when it's coming, but I'm telling you now it's coming. The 7 Toxic Girl, Jose Lezcano, riding for Jose Jimenez.
Yeah, like you pointed out, this horse made the lead last time. Not particularly fast, but maybe that's just the new way she's going to run.
The 9 Welcome Back Babe, another potential speed. Kendrick Carmouche riding for Michelle
Another
Nevin.
one, and if you need to find the front end, you'd like to think that Kendrick could help you get there.
You would think so, and the number 12 rounds out the field. Lucky and Gorgeous going out for Lolita Shimongo with Katie Davis.
This one's named after you, Andy.
Unlucky and not, you know, I'm going to stay away from the Gorgeous part. I'm lucky I get to sit up here with you and be here with the crew up here, having a good time today, and also Acacia as we head back down to her in the paddock.
And we'll start off with Higher Force, who I agree should be the speed, work right away from the pony. And interesting looking at the way that this horse has been entered. Last time out, I know that it came off the turf, but she was and also eligible. So not a main track only. She was entered to try and run on the grass last time as well, even though she was drawn more towards the outside. And so I can imagine maybe someday down the line, George Weaver would like to see if she could handle the turf. And I do think that she could handle it. But that being said, she comes in off a drop in class as well, and I think should be forwardly placed. She's fit, she's strong. Once again, she does have interesting equipment in that she has what's called bit guards. That's little piece of plastic on either side of her cheek, just a flat piece. And it's not something you typically see in racing a lot. George Weaver's probably the trainer that I've seen that most commonly employs it, but it really does help more than anything just to help keep the bit from pinching on the side of the horse's cheek. So keeping all of the equipment in place, that's something that she's had on before. But as you can see, warming up beautifully out on the track, she's going to be my pick. The 1A towards the outside in She's Cool, the Lone Main track only that does stay aboard. She looked pretty uncomfortable last time out, and maybe I'm guessing that's why the blinkers come immediately off, because she was really high-headed. Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, was really urging her to stay into the race, and now as she's warming up on track, she's bowed her head nicely, put her head down, and I think that sometimes horses just get a little bit too keen with the addition of blinkers, so they come right off in here too. And she has in the past been able to be a bit more forward than she was recently. I'm wondering if a combination of just being a dirt horse, even though the remaining entrants in this race have some decent dirt form to bring here, you have seen Rudy Rodriguez be very sharp with main track only entrants on days like these, and taking some opportunities there for a horse to just be in the right spot. I have no problems with her, just wondering if we are going to see her up against it a bit as far as that pace is concerned. The number 7, Toxic Girl, she and Welcome Back Babe come back out of the last race, both on May 2nd, and I thought Toxic Girl ran better that day as she was forward and got control on the inside, while Welcome Back Babe was kind of stuck on her hip, being drawn outside once again, as she is today too. But I thought Toxic Girl dug in very gamely, and she's one I saw 2 starts back. Her coat has come in really nicely. Her conditioning looks great as we've progressed throughout the season. She looks like she's one that's just doing really, really well right now, and of the 2 out of that race, I would give her a bit of the nod with how game she was in that last out effort. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. Acacia and Jonathan are both on the number 5, the current second choice. I took the number 1A, She's Cool, but I'm feeling kind of dumb because I kind of went that way because I thought the 5 would be favored in this race, and I just thought maybe she was the more likely dirt horse. Hard to have too strong an opinion here. I think both the 7 and 9 are viable alternatives at 6 to 1.
Yeah, and I think it's because, look, the 1A and the 5 are obviously the most likely winners, but they're not like standouts. We talked about it earlier. A lot of times in these races, you'll get an MTO standout, some horse that ran like an 80 buyer on the dirt, and the rest of them are like 62 types. They don't have this. This race doesn't contain that.
No.
And so when you point out the 7 and the 9 are alternatives, the 7 and the 9 have run races that are almost good enough. And if they can somehow find those, and the 1A and the 5 disappoint, which it's likely they can, then yes, a horse like the 7 or the 9 can.
And it's not like Higher Force is running big figures. The Bass's Buyer, the horse ran, was last time a 60 in an off-the-turf race like this. And the 12 has some go-back races, 3 and 4 back, that are faster than these. But the last 2 races are a bit slow. You're kind of hoping with She's Cool she improves for Rudy Rodriguez, or at least gets back to her fastest races.
Yeah, and I will say, too, is about the 7 Toxic Girl, is there's an opportunity for them to have found out that she wants to be more free running on the front end. And if that's who she wants to be and she improves off of that, she could put herself right in the mix.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I just think they're focusing a little too much on the 1A and 5, and both the 7 and 9. I'm not saying either one of us love them, but I think they're very fair prices. Their current 6 to 1 and 5 to 1 odds as the horses are heading into the gate for race number 4. The favorite right now, the 1A, She's Cool at 6 to 5.
You think it's all IRAD?
I think it's IRAD money, pretty much, and the MTO factor as well, to be honest. And it's not like it's not like she looks bad on paper. It's hard to find a horse in this race that looks particularly good. A couple more left to load. Chris Griffin has the call for race number 4.
Lucky and Gorgeous. She's Cool. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start there and shuffle back to last will be Lucky and Gorgeous. Tightly bunched here on the front end and towards the inside. That's going to be Higher Force, who now emerges with the front. Higher Force, Handle on You is right to the outside, is now a clear second, and 3 wide chasing, that's going to be Welcome Back Babe. She's Cool has settled right in behind. The leading trio as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and the 2 trailers, that's Lucky and Gorgeous with the 1. The back end of the field, Toxic Girl, 23.43 for the opening quarter mile. Down towards the inside, they're chasing Higher Force, and Javier Castellano in command up by a half length. Handle on You, and a big number is right there in second. Welcome Back Babe is third. She's Cool has worked to the rail, is now in behind these leaders. It's going to have a ground-saving journey as they approach a half mile left to go. Lucky and Gorgeous still second to last, and the trailer, Toxic Girl. 46.77 for that half mile time. Higher Force is in front. Handle on You is now trying to keep up, and here comes Welcome Back Babe with a rally. Now 3 wide is chasing. She's Cool is trying to follow that move, is tailing off. Lucky and Gorgeous with Toxic Girl, trying to launch a rally from the back as Higher Force is still in hand and doing it nicely. It's Higher Force who has a quarter mile left to go. She's Cool ranges up on the outside, and here comes She's Cool. Now just thrust to the front, and now She's Cool has put a neck in front of Higher Force, who's back to second. Trying to run on still is Welcome Back Babe. A furlong left to go. Toxic Girl running on from the back, but She's Cool made that big move at the top of the stretch, has a 16th left to go. And She's Cool is trying to get in. It's going to be geared down. Full of run. She's Cool. Much the best. Higher Force there second. Then came Toxic Girl and Welcome Back Babe in 1 minute 36.75 seconds.
Well, Irad Ortiz did a good job of guiding She's Cool over the rail for much of the early running before swinging out, and she was a much the best winner.
This is a good lesson for me to remind myself as we approach the summer, is that, yes, it feels very often like Irad is overbet, but it feels like at least once a day he does this to you on a horse that you didn't really see being that short of a price, and he wins for fun.
No, I agree. And I think, watching that race is a good indication, reason, see how good Irad is. I know it's an off-the-turf race. And obviously, but as we talk about Irad, he rides every race like it's the Kentucky Derby or a Breeders' Cup race. And even in here, he's been watching the races. He knew to save ground with this horse, angled out as late as he could with him, and gave a perfect ride. And I think sometimes we don't appreciate how good some of these riders are. And I know Flavien Prat deservedly won the Eclipse Award year, but think of the year he had to have to unseat Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's a great illustration at the top of the food chain with our rider colony, especially here in New York, is something to watch.
Now, we are blessed to have an incredible riding colony. Jonathan, it's been a pleasure. Jonathan will be sticking around. Acacia will be coming up here. I'll be back a little later. America's Day at the Races. A lot of shuffling, but the show continues after a quick break.
They're off. And the Churchill Downs Stakes. Gun Pilot 1:2.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Oh, the horses have vacated and went right through the paddock. Riders up in a post-bridge for this upcoming 5th race, Monmouth Park. Welcome back. Live coverage on this Memorial Day weekend on Fox Sports 2. Off the turf. Lone Grass race, the feature. Race 9, the Cliffhanger. So they're on the main track here, mile and a 16th, $16,000 maiden claimers. 7-2 is Eddie's Angel pictured.
Yeah, for John Service and Abner Durno here, getting Lasix for the first time, and it's going to stretch out. Is this great filly by Run Happy?
Sprints like she wants to route. We'll see. Wild Princess, solid in her first route on dirt.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. A second-place finish. She's had 2 nice finishes on dirt, and she's right now, I think, your 4th choice at 7-2.
7 and 8 are out. CC Girl and Paco seeking a third.
Yeah, horse that almost wired to field on a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream Park last time out.
Miss World Peace number 10, big class drop, wintered at Oaklawn.
Yeah, this is a giant class drop from maiden special weight to 16, and that is the horse that is favorite in your will pay. So look for the 10 to drop.
Yeah, Sunny Leone on Lady Catalina draws in.
Yeah, this horse draws in to get Lasix for the first time in her 3-year-old debut, so you'd never really know, and get Sunny Leone aboard.
9-2 currently. 4 minutes out, race number 5, while the favorite is CC Girl. At 7-5, Richie, Wild Princess, Samuel Marin, already 1 win this afternoon, and did him look good in her first route on dirt.
She did. She got very comfortable, and she'll be forward. She does have speed, and you know, you look at the fractions of her last race at Tampa Bay. Those are legitimate fractions for this level of horse going that far. I mean, 47-2, and she hung on gamely. I think that she's absolutely a major player here. Kathleen O'Connell, one of the winningest female trainers of all time. Her and Linda Rice have seemed to kind of trade paint with that over the last year or so. The 9 CC Girl, listen, she makes a lot of sense. She comes off a good effort. Remember, that's a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream, and you know, 47-3 is similar to the fraction that Wild Princess ran. She went 47-2, but Wild Princess did a 2-turn race. With 1-turn races, you tend to heat up in the middle of the race. The race picks up. So it's more impressive to me, the pace set by Wild Princess last time. Listen, CC Girl makes a lot of sense, and you're getting Paco, but that's why you're also getting 7-5, because Paco's always going to demand a little bit more attention just because he has that winning habit, particularly when you're in town, Lafitte. And that brings me to the 10, Miss World Peace. That will be my top selection on the drop-in class. When she got down to the maiden 25 level, was her best effort at Oaklawn Park. She looks terrific. Like I said, Dan Ward's horses tend to look really good, and she touts herself. And I just think that she's just as good as the 9 horse, just a slightly better price, although she's ticked down to 2-1. But I definitely think the race and the public seems to have it right. Runs through the 6, 9, 10. I wound up on the 10, guys.
She has it right. Shades and the American flag celebrating Memorial Day weekend here at Monmouth Park. You were downstairs earlier, and just you were telling me off camera the energy.
Yeah, and they always say that Father's Day is probably asking. That's pretty crazy considering you got a tremendous crowd today. But yeah, it just seems like all of our fathers kind of took us to the racetrack, huh?
The families at the track, and on this holiday weekend, this crowd eagerly anticipating the start of this
streaky rider too, so he's already got a couple on the day, and you know, I wouldn't put it past him. He's 1-5, he can win 6-7. That's how talented he is, and he gets on the right stock here. But I'm with Mig. I just think the drop in class with the 10 with Isaac Castillo, Dan Ward goes to him a lot, and you know, with only a short field of 5 horses, I think can stay intact at least, and we'll have to at least run down. The 2's an interesting horse, Eddie's Angel. John Service is a heck of a trainer. Gets Lasix for the first time, pushing out to that, 2-turn race, and really hasn't shown much. Been in big fields. I wonder if the 2 is going to try to at least show a little speed and get into a race.
Yeah, and you watch her sprints. It's even. It's one geared. It's one pace. She sprints like she wants to route. There's at this level, you're looking for either recency, maybe a reason to expect a change, something different. This is different from Eddie's Angel. By run happy, a champion sprinter, I get it. But in her sprints, she acted like a filly that would appreciate added real estate.
You make a good point there. I think a lot of people don't look at that. When a horse really, what Lafitte's referring to is this horse was 5th by 5 lengths, 6th by 4 lengths, 6th by 4 lengths, finishes 4th by 3. She just kind of gradually just grinds as a sprinter. So maybe going out longer, if she just keeps running those splits, it will get her closer. But I think if she gets into the game earlier, you make a good point. If she can just keep grinding, she's not a bad price at 6-1.
Trained by John Service of Smarty Jones fame. How much fun is that going to be? The excitement at Saratoga this summer. Smarty Jones, the 04 Derby Preakness winner, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. I think August 1st.
That's going to be awesome. Well deserved too, as well.
What a story, what a horse, what a following, and a terrific training job during that 04 Triple Crown campaign by John Service. He has Eddie's Angel here, but Paco riding the favorite for Timothy Hills. CC Girl, 6-5 at post time. Matt Ditterman with the load and call, the 5th from Monmouth live on Fox Sports 2.
Nouveau has gone in. Wild Princess, CC Girl, Miss World Peace, and Lady Catalina. We're ready to go. And they're off. Miss World Peace bounced away pretty well. Broke inwards a bit, but maintains a clear position early on. A lineup for the lead here early. Eddie's Angel is in the mix as well, approaching the first turn. Wild Princess is right there too, and CC Girl, who's parked 3 wide. 3 runners across the track as they go into the first turn run. Miss World Peace right behind them, and Lady Catalina drops to the back pretty much alongside of her as the 5 runners round the clubhouse turn. Wild Princess comes out of the quintet to take a half-length lead on CC Girl, pressing from the outside. Eddie's Angel's been a little bit tough to control into that first turn run, and she's been taken back to 3rd with Miss World Peace who's alongside. The top 2 slow the pace down the back stretch run. They're a length and a half clear of Miss World Peace, sticks her head out to claim 3rd with Eddie's Angel. Gap of 3 to Lady Catalina, who can see them all. 2 by 2 by 1 down the back stretch they go. Wild Princess neck in front, did not go fast. 23-3 for the quarter, the half and 48-2, but the pace is certainly contentious with CC Girl parked to her outside. These two go into the turn together. CC Girl at the moment looks like she's going a little bit better than Wild Princess, who shoved upon to keep pace on the lead. Gap of 2.5. Miss World Peace under a hard ride. So is Eddie's Angel, and Lady Catalina's at the back. CC Girl, Paco Lopez riding this one with confidence as a half-length lead now on Wild Princess, who's under pressure from the inside second. CC Girl, her race to lose at the top of the lane as she puts 2 lengths on Wild Princess. Miss World Peace, Eddie's Angel, both chasing, corralling the second position away from Wild Princess. Furlong remains. Paco Lopez says go with CC Girl, and she kicks away 5 ahead with a 16th left. CC Girl clear to the finish. Eddie's Angel second. Miss World Peace out finish for that spot was 3rd across the finish, and then Wild Princess and Lady Catalina.
Absolute mismatch. CC Girl graduates in her 9th career start. 3-5 at post time. Only a question of how far. 3 wins on the afternoon for Paco so far.
Yeah, they actually bet the 10 down to 3-5, Lafitte. The 9 was 2-1. I got them mixed up too as well. I thought the 9 was 3-5.
Oh my God.
They bet the 10 down to 3-5, and the 2 actually outfinished the 10 here for second. So you get 2-1 over.
Wow.
I want to say 8-1 if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that area. But Paco Lopez, man, he just knows how to ride some of these horses.
What
and
was she at the gate?
She was even money.
Even
I think.
money. It's Paco.
Yeah.
And Miss World Peace winds up 3-5. All right. If you like CC Girl and you get 2-1 in the end, that'll work too. And she by Catalina Cruiser, that's how he would treat his competition. CC Girl in a no doubt about it performance. You could see this coming at the top of the stretch. It was just, okay, by how far is she going to win?
Yeah, and sometimes you look at the 3-year-old and the 3-year-old's going up, and she just missed last time out. But Paco was just able to just rate. And if you ever watch him, he keeps his horses, whenever he's able to, it's a contentious pace. If you ever watch the head-on, the 9 was way out in the forepath. He likes to keep his horses away from the front runner, I think, to try to get him not to see. And then he just went right by that horse, and the race was over. Nobody was making up any ground.
No. Seagull, Capital Homebred by Catalina Cruiser. CC Girl, a maiden, no longer. Onward and Upward, the easiest of wins. Paco Lopez, 3 wins so far. Winning trainer Timothy Hills, 2-1 in the end. Wow. 9-2, 10-6 in the 5th at Monmouth. Results when we come back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for sticking with us on this Saturday afternoon. Acacia Kamal stepping up into the host chair here for a bit. We're playing magical musical chairs throughout the afternoon, so joining JK up here as Jonathan, we get ready for race 5 coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. It's a $32,000 claiming race, but you do have the number 6 right now in Gun It, cutting back in distance. Really your heavy favorite, and ridden by Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw Irad just win the last race and a horse that I thought was probably a little bit overbet. It seems like that's probably going to happen to me here again. I prefer the 5 and the 8 in this spot. Ultimately, I'll pick the 5, but the 6 Gun It, you know, he's got good races. He's right there from a figure standpoint. He does have a rider in Irad. There's a lot to like. I just don't know if I like it that much.
He's been at this level in his last couple of starts, coming off a 2nd and a 3rd. Respectively, he is 9-5 right now. The number 6 coming back in just a 6-day turnaround as well. The number 5, he's my honey badger, though. As you mentioned, he seems to be a major player, as he is a reclaim for Rob Atras coming back into his barn. This is actually the 2nd time Rob has reclaimed this horse. So I always think that's interesting, not only when they go back once, but when they go back multiple times, especially for a sharp training outfit.
Yeah, I love a reclaim. You know, it's really the definition of putting your money where your mouth is. Oh, I really like that horse, didn't want to lose him. Okay, well, when you get a chance to go get him again, go get him, and he's done that twice. I also like when horses get claimed away from good claiming trainers, good trainers in general, and go to other good operations, not just end up in some kind of not so great operation, then you're trying to have to repair the things that maybe they did wrong or the mistakes they made in training. You know, this horse was with Linda Rice and with Brad Cox, so you know that Rob Atras got this horse back just as good, if not better.
Meet the field starting off with the 1. C's Get Degrees now with Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, I mean, this horse once upon a time would have been a big favorite in here. This horse is going the wrong direction.
Where did that good form go? Here is the number 2 Hatch, last out winner.
Yeah, wired the field last time, but that was a performance that kind of came out of nowhere, not something we've seen from Hatch before.
Bit of a drop in class for the 3, Burn and Hunk of Love.
Yeah, a horse for Joe Sharp that does have some tactical speed, who I thought was interesting, but I just think the others make a little bit more sense at better prices.
Coming in from Tampa, here's Divine Leader.
Yeah, switches to the Chad Summers barn. When horses move to Chad's barn and their first start, 8% throughout his career.
Big price on the board. There is He's My Honey Badger. Sarah O'Badway saying it's actually the 3rd reclaim for the Atras barn.
You know, I think that this horse is going to do better when he can find himself a little closer. And I think in this group and based on this warm-up we're seeing right now, I feel like the 5 He's My Honey Badger is going to be closer. I think that's his best races.
Cut back in distance for Gun It. Pretty spirited out there.
Yeah, I've got no issues with the individual. I just have a problem with the price.
Quick turnaround on your current favorite. Ran just 6 days ago on the 18th. Here's the 7 spun in 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's not too many bigger fans of the Cantor Mossy operation. This horse just did not run that well first time last time.
And the number 8 Street Swag, who cuts back in distance.
Yeah, I mean, I love a tactical cutback. A horse who's been running a little bit longer, has a little bit of tactical speed, is drawn in the clear where they can actually put some of that stamina to the test here. And this would have been my other choice. There's still just a few question marks, and I thought the price was going to be a little shorter, why I ended up on the 5. If I'm playing the pick 5 here, I feel very comfortable, and I feel like I'm making a smart play using the 5 and the 8 to get started here, trying to beat the 6, who's a little bit overbet.
Getting some value on those other options. You can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit match bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up now at nairabets.com. Today, as we welcome in Sarah Al-Badwi here with us, now downstairs reporting. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Acacia and JK, and we'll start with JK's top pick and the number 5, He's My Honey Badger, who is coming in, joining the Rob Atras barn for yet a 3rd time here, and they were able to claim him for the $25,000 tag last time out rather than the $62,50 that they had to dip in for in 2 times in the past. Going to a different ownership group this time than they have in the past as well, but they knew that this horse was going to run well last time because even with the drop in class, it didn't really seem like on paper that he should have garnered the favoritism that he did in the wagering, and now he is one that I agree can also be forwardly placed in here, but it seems as though there is quite a bit of speed in this spot. When Rob Atras has had the horse in his barn, he ends up reaching that career best, that ceiling that we have seen from him as of so far with the 96 Spire that he's been able to run 2 times, both of those for this barn. So I think that he just really thrives with these types of connections, and they also tend to keep him more forwardly placed and engaged, and you're getting 9-2 right now on him, so certainly a live player. The horse who's not taking any money at all, that's the number 1 C's Get Degrees, who, yes, last time was a bit of a puzzle. This horse did not break well towards the inside. He seemed as though he was encouraged to move up towards the inside, but then taken a hold of in a way that maybe seemed like he was going to be eased. And he is a forwardly placed type. He does his best running when he's able to have that good early position. He ended up being so far back early on that his race was over regardless. But then he ended up beating one rival home. So just a really strange effort from him. And if he can get back to his race either 2 or 3 back and have a little bit more forward position today, he is way being ignored on the board at 12-1 right now. So I guess bettor's a little bit timid after that last start, but I wouldn't discount immediately, though I did go to the horse in your current favorite right now at number 3, Burn and Hunk of Love, just having that consistency as of late, another one that likes to be forward in here. And I thought that Dylan Davis would be able to give this horse an aggressive ride like he did last time, where the horse hit the gate a little bit at the start, ultimately finished 2nd to Unlimited Potential as your favorite back on April 24th here. I just thought that maybe he was one that might have enough natural early speed to be in an advantageous position early. Acacia?
Sarah, thank you. Burnin' Hunk of Love taking a drop in class as he did win, Jonathan, those 2 claiming races over at Fairgrounds and some fast races, some fast figures. And then the big question, I think, was could he bring that form here to New York?
Yeah, and like you said, he had those big races. And he came back and he had a drop, a pretty significant drop in his figure, which makes me wonder if those races were as good as we thought they were, because they were kind of outliers for him anyways. I certainly do have a problem with him at 2-1. I don't have a problem with the horse as an individual and his ability to run well in here, but as you know, this is a gambling game where price does matter, and he's just entirely too short of a price compared to what I think his chances are of winning.
The number 8 Street Swag, I know in the post parade you gave some comments in favor for is he's going to cut back in distance now with the Brad Cox barn. And Brad Cox, Sandy Goldfarb, the horses that they have often taken money and have often been successful on the racetrack. Yeah, I mean,
I think to be a sharp claiming operation, you want to obviously be able to do things to improve the horse. But also part of that equation is identifying what you think a horse actually wants to do. This horse has been going longer in the previous barns and did fine doing that. Won for Jeremiah going longer, but for whatever reason, maybe Brad Cox believes the horse is going to do better going a little bit shorter. So now they decide to cut him back here to the 6.5. He's drawn well for that experiment because he's going to be in the clear. He'll be able to use his stamina and just run. And when the others get a little bit tired, he should have the foundation that could help him see the race out.
It's funny. I know that he won going 1 1/8, but for my notes at least, I've always written down him. He acts like a horse that would be a good sprinter. He's always so sharp in the preliminaries. So we'll see how he handles the cutback in distance. Intriguing 5th race coming up next. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside here from Seas Get Degrees. Just had to steady there with Hatch as well. But in between horses, He's My Honey Badger. It's a scramble on for the front. They all want a piece of the front end. Here at the rail, that's Burnin' Hunk of Love. Is traveling in tandem with Divine Leader. They're now back in behind them in 3rd and 4th. So the leader, meanwhile, emerges as Gunnet. And Gunnet puts a neck in front of He's My Honey Badger. Burnin' Hunk of Love wants to be on the front end. 22.34 for that opening quarter mile. Still very tightly bunched. Here comes a run from Spun in 1. Is now engaged to the outside. Has taken 2nd. Trying to rally in behind them is Street Swag. Under a drive is Divine Leader. Towards the back, Hatch with Seas Get Degrees. They're chasing Gunnet. And Gunnet and Irad Ortiz Jr., they're still a neck in front. Spun in 1 is ready to challenge towards the outside. Still looking to have some run towards the inside. That's Burnin' Hunk of Love. And Dylan Davis looking for a seam. Might take the rail, but the leader is Gunnet. It's Gunnet who will cross over. Here comes the run from Spun in 1. Burnin' Hunk of Love is trying to split rivals. Not much of a hole there. It's Gunnet who's in front, approaching a final furlong. He's My Honey Badger has come back for more. Gunnet is trying to fend off all rivals. Spun in 1, keeps holding on. Here comes He's My Honey Badger, far outside Street Swag. Meanwhile, Gunnet won it. Gunnet wins it over He's My Honey Badger. Then came Street Swag, followed by Spun in 1 in 1 minute 15.94 seconds.
Gunnet on the turn back in distance. It finds the winner's circle. Back-to-back wins for Irad Ortiz as well.
Well, I was right about the 5 and the 8, but the problem is I was very wrong about the 6, so it cancels out the being right about the 5 and the 8. They both ran well, but the 6, I mean, this horse took another step forward, and he got himself to the right part of the racetrack. I don't know if the inside's biased by any means, but it's definitely not a place you don't want to be, and Irad kind of brought it to them. A horse that hasn't always shown a ton of early speed, but he did find himself on the front end a lot sooner than he typically does, and that was enough for him to get it done here. When you see Irad doing the shoulder taps, you know he's got a lot of horse.
That's his tell. In the right position, Gunnet with the victory here. Cutting back in distance, quick turnaround. Finds the right company this afternoon to get the win. Delivers as your 5-2 favorite. 6-8. 5-7 Street Swag, who was outside, did come running late, never looked in any threat to the leader, but he did keep grinding and keep coming on.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's one that, with the right setup, maybe a little bit of a quicker pace, he's going to be one who's going to run really well going a little bit shorter. But who knows? Maybe Brad will decide that this was, in his opinion, a failed experiment. He'll go back going a little bit longer. But he ran well enough, and so did the 5.
See what the future holds for that one, but Gun It gets the win here in New York. As we head back over to our crew over at Monmouth Park, it's now Paul Duca and Richard Migliore on the set. And guys, I know some off-the-turf racing today, but always good news when the stake, the Cliffhanger, still on the grass and a really interesting field to look forward to.
Yeah, Acacia, thanks. Back to here at the Jersey Shore. I'm Paul Duca along with Richard Migliore. And yeah, we got a ton of rain yesterday and a ton of rain the day before that. I thought the track maintenance did a great job on the main track, and it's probably going to play to the softer side, Ming?
I've got to believe it's got give to it. The only good thing is, Paul, they haven't raced here considerably on the turf yet, so that at least the ground's not cut up. Even if there's give to it, it should still be pretty smooth, and, you know, horses should be able to get comfortable and not, you know, lose their confidence, you know.
Well, the favorite I think will go off will be Signator in that race. You know, maybe Signator will be your favorite. Since Shug McGaughey stuck his horse on the turf, Rich, 2 for 2. And Shug basically said, we got to just find something else for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very expensive purchase as a young horse at the OBS sale. And it just looked a bit one pace to me on dirt. But on turf, he's found a new lease on life, right? He's got a turn of foot. He actually accelerates, works out a beautiful trip here in the Henry Clark, inside-out trip, saved ground under Samuel Marin, angled out, and this is what I'm talking about. He's going to accelerate and run down these horses, and he runs down Paco Lopez on the lead there with Fulmineo. Not easy to get by Paco. At least not what I'm seeing at Monmouth today.
No, another gray. He's the big gray right there. And you're right. He's just gotten better. And Sammy Marin, who rides here, he's a very good turf rider. He rides at Tampa full time. Then you have Ballooney here for Chad Brown, for Sammy Camacho, another horse. Chad's had a couple horses in here that have been very good. And this horse, since gelding and Lasix has helped Lasix come off, but I think been a different horse since being gelded.
You know, he has this race under his belt now at Tampa. This was a nice effort from him. You know, almost looked like to me when he hit the front here, he just, oh, my job's over. I hit the front, and he was content to just kind of grind it out here. Obviously a contender, and one thing you've got to look at, he started his career in France, and he ran on very soft ground there and handled it very well.
Yeah, and he gets Sammy Camacho aboard. And this horse has been ridden by 8 different riders, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. I also think he's pure gold. You cannot leave out Paco Lopez. As we've seen, he's already had 3 winners on card. That's going to be race number 9. We got to get to race number 6 here in a little bit. Excuse me, race number 6 in a little bit. But we got to get back to New York. That's number 6. Another big gray in the winner's circle, Acacia.
He's easy to spot on the track, Paulie. Gun It with the win, cutting back in distance, gets the victory as the favorite for Irad Ortiz. Another win today for Irad Ortiz. Maybe he takes money, Jonathan, but I thought it was interesting what you were saying, that sometimes it just happens that you're kind of like, oh, well, you know, that was a good reminder as to why he always takes money.
Yeah, it's you know, we talk about it down, especially down in Monmouth too, when it comes to like the Paco Lopez thing. It's like, is Paco getting the best mounts because he's the best rider, or is he the best rider because he gets the best mounts? I think that it's probably somewhere in the middle, and I think the same is true for Irad. I mean, Irad gets the best mounts because he's one of the best riders, and often he gets himself in situations like this with a horse like Gun It, where the horse probably gets a little bit overbet, so the public, from a betting standpoint, can be a little bit frustrated that you only got 5-2 or whatever it might be. But he wins a lot of these races, and you have to learn to kind of zig and zag around a rider like Irad. The same can be said about a trainer like Chad Brown, who wins at such a high percentage in New York and in Saratoga specifically. You know, certain days you have to try to either, you know, be with him or be against him.
$7.50 winner Gun It gets the job done with Irad Ortiz in the saddles. We'll take a quick time out here on America's Day at the Races, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty, gearing up for the Belmont Stakes. He worked at Saratoga this morning in preparation for the final jewel of the Triple Crown, getting ready for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. More on him after this.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch.
Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Welcome back to the Jersey Shore as you see that beautiful sandcastle. You know, last year, Mick, they had like, it took them like 300 hours, which I just don't understand why they wanted to say 10 days. But it was like 384 hours to get that done. And it's immaculate, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it's ridiculous how good it is. I mean, that's fantastic. I tell you, Paul, being downstairs reporting for a few races, the atmosphere here is terrific. And just a big crowd, really enthusiastic, and a lot of families, a lot of kids.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. They got tattoos for kids. I was looking for a Paco Lopez tattoo for Lafitte because I know that's his favorite rider. But we'll get to the post-grade race 6. This will start your late pick 5s. Jersey 6 started in the last race, and we'll start off with the 1, Gambling Czar.
Yeah, doesn't have much speed. Has been running for the 7,500 level at Laurel and comes off a little bit of a freshening.
Venezuelan Triumph for Tifosi Racing Stable.
Well, you get Paco Lopez, horse dropping back down to the 62.5 level, and with Paco, probably be forwardly placed.
The 3 will be All About the Money, and we'll talk about Axel Concepcion.
Yeah, All About the Money, dropping from the 1 1/8, turning back to a 1.70 miles, going from Aqueduct to here at Monmouth.
And you made a good point about this horse. Ballantine could be the speed here with Matty Oliver.
Yeah, just in a race that's kind of crying out for a pacemaker. I think Ballantine is the horse that's going to make the lead here under Matty Oliver. And I talked about it earlier. She's just such a positive personality.
Yeah.
She's just so happy to be out there competing.
She really is. She's Katie Davis 2.0. All they do is smile. It's unbelievable. Shorter fields, but I think this is a pick 5 you can get to. About 25,000 in it right now. It should get up to about 50 to 75. And there's a look at the 2. Venezuelan Triumph for Juan Avila. Does have 2 wins over a fast racetrack. Does have some wins over wet. Kind of wins over anything.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is one of those honest, consistent, hard-knocking horses. Brings his lunch pail, goes to work. And, of course, you're getting probably bet down a little bit more because of Paco Lopez aboard. He definitely moves the board, Paul.
And there you see Paco doing figure 8s. You were talking about it. He's just out there wandering along with the horse, away from the crowd. I remember I asked you this last year. what he's doing. And is there a method to this madness?
You know, I think it's just part of how relaxed he is, and it's like he gets the horses in that relaxed frame. He's just meandering around. Now, warming up, it's good to figure 8 because you're getting horses to use different diagonals, different leads. But he just kind of wanders and does his own thing. He's out horseback riding right now.
And he's like, it's looked like he's greeting the fans. He always does this on the outer rail. And I wonder if it's kind of to get the horse to, you know what? They're okay. We're going to run okay. I don't know what it is. You try to ask Paco, and he's like, I don't tell no secrets. That's what he always tells me.
But it looks like the horse is kind of greeting the crowd,
right behind
too.
the
He's
ponies.
turning his head.
Right behind the ponies. He's back by the winner's circle. Is he going to go back in for into the paddock?
This is something. He just meanders around. How color coordinated this horse is. The silks and the blinkers. I like that when they're both decked out exactly the same.
I'm kind of with you. But, wow, Paco, he showed the whole crowd the 2. The 3, all about the money. And Ballantine, you know, you made a point. They're 3-1 and 2-1. Now, there's not a lot of speed in here, and I do think the 1 might be one of the better horses in this race, but does the race kind of set up for the 1?
Well, the 1 is a deep closer, and I just don't know that he's going to get the kind of pace you want. Now, interesting enough, right, I think Paco's horse, the 2, Venezuelan Triumph, will show more speed. Did you see what he just did with him after doing all those jogging? Figure out
he took off.
He took off from a standstill, basically, and that's usually to sharpen one up, like you want them to leave the gate running.
Wow, so many tricks. I mean, all I used to do is scuff the ball and throw it back to the pitcher. You guys do a lot of other stuff.
No, yeah,
Here's
I'm
the 5. We'll go to the 5, Ballantine. And this is a horse that better when he's forwardly placed. He does have a couple wins that would trounce his field way back when.
Yep.
Maybe he can get courageous on the front end.
Yeah, I just think he's going to make the lead here. And sometimes when a horse gets in a good rhythm, right, they don't have to really hustle to the lead. They breathe better. They move better. They're just more efficient. I'm going to give a slight nod to the 5, Ballantine, fully respecting Paco Lopez and him seemingly always over bet, but he delivers.
He delivers. It's crazy. And then the 3, all about the money we haven't really talked about. Axel Concepcion, you got to see him ride at Oakland, so did I a little bit. He rides a little bit all over the place. He's now going to commit to here at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, he's going to ride the rest of the meet here. He is an Eclipse Award-winning apprentice, 2023, a graduate of the jockey school in Puerto Rico, which you cannot say enough good things about the product they turn out.
Yeah.
Think about over the years, one champion rider after another.
It's crazy. It really is. When you look at the roster that's come out of Puerto Rico, it's insane. And the 2 right now is down to your favoritism with Paco at 6-5. Short field, you landed on the 5, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5. Just, I mean, and again, fully acknowledging that the 2 with Paco is going to be tough. I just thought Ballantine has an opportunity maybe to get very comfortable on the lead.
I landed on the 1. Gamblings are. I hope Isaac Castillo saves ground. Seems like he's been going wide a lot, and the wide move has not been the move here at Monmouth Park. You and I were talking about this.
For years, though, Monmouth Park is an inside positional kind of track. Speed's usually good, and making a 3-4 wide move here around the turn is not a recipe for success.
Yeah, if you're going to launch from way out of it, you have to have a big speed duel. So good luck if you're starting your pick 5s, and good luck if you're live in your Jersey 6. This is the 4-pack here. We'll go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Ballantine, Matty Olver rounding out the quartet here. Start of the late pick 5. This race off the turf, or it was on the dirt scheduled, I should say. Just down to a field of 4. We're ready to go. And they're off. Sorting themselves out for a leader here. Ballantine has a head in front of Venezuelan Triumph. All about the money between that pair. And down on the inside is Gambling Czar as they go into the first turn run. Venezuelan Triumph not going fast at all. He's going to carve out the fractions, at least in the first quarter mile. All about the money. Ducks to the inside to come and challenge. Now they speed things up. Venezuelan Triumph, the leader of length from All About the Money, who takes a hold second to the inside. Ballantine is right outside of that runner. Gap of 3.5 or 4 to Gambling Czar. Nickeled along already by Isaac Castillo at the back of the field. The 4 runners head down the barn side. Venezuelan Triumph at 9-5 leads a length. Now it's 3/4 of a length, making a half length on Ballantine, pressing the issue a bit harder now in second. All About the Money in a good position off the top 2 and third, a length and a half behind, space of 2.5 to Gambling Czar, who is 4th and last. Into the turn they go. Venezuelan Triumph half length in front. Ballantyne right there, shown more rain as they go into the turn. 2 more to all about the money. Has lost the length on the top pair. Will under some pressure now to the inside. And Gambling Czar is joining that rival, but is being asked to pick up the pace as well. Coming to the top of the stretch, the 2 favorites. Even money shot Ballantyne outside of Venezuelan Triumph at 9-5. And they come off the turn as Ballantyne takes over. Venezuelan Triumph retreats to second. All about the money down on the inside, trying to re-rally. Grandstand side is Gambling Czar. Furlong to go. Ballantyne in front. Ballantyne 2 lengths clear. All about the money. And Gambling Czar second and third chasing. But Ballantyne's going to do it. Ballantyne scores by a length and 3/4. Gambling Czar second. Just got up over All About the Money. And Venezuelan Triumph weak into fourth late in the game.
Good ride here by Maddie Oliver. We're questioning it at first, letting Paco go to the front end, but she always had a lot of horse.
And she kept Paco in her sights. She didn't just allow him a free ride. And this horse was just traveling a little bit better. Your selection, Paul, ran extremely well, the one Gambling Czar. He didn't corner well. Isaac Casillo went left-handed right off the elbow, and he kind of took that step out and lost a little bit of ground. But a nice effort by the winner.
I always wondered that. Why I know jockeys go left-handed to get a little bit extra, but why off the elbow?
You know, unless a horse is really trying to lug in with you, I don't see the logic behind it either. And I rode.
Yeah.
You at least wait till you make the corner before you do that.
Before you do that. Yeah, listen, the one was never getting there. Good job by Maddie Oliver not to panic at all. Considering, you got Paco Lopez in front of you, you're probably thinking, oh, my God, here goes Paco to the front end. Laid off that horse and just went on with it. Good pick by you, Mig. Even money, and Gambling Czar end up running second here at 3-1. As you see our beautiful Italian faces. There they are. Paulo Duca here with Richard Migliori. And are we saying goodbye to you?
Yeah, I think I'm on one, step out for one, and then I'll be back for 2.
Wow, this is like a softball game. We got guys going in and out. In a couple weeks, there's a horse called Journalism. It'd be nice if he runs in the Belmont.
Man, what an effort in the Preakness, and it would make the Belmont that much more exciting.
It'd be nice. I'm going to get Michael McCarthy on the phone. Let's get it done, Mig.
Absolutely.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. The sun is shining here in New York, which is a welcome sight after some wet weather earlier this week. And we hope that the sun is shining in 2 weeks from today, right? Today's Saturday? Yeah.
Yes.
I messed up with the weekend schedule this week. But 2 weeks from today, of course, for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. And it is our sincere hope, JK, that we get a chance to see all three of the top finishers from the Kentucky Derby line up in the starting gate for the Belmont Stakes, because this rematch would be really fun for racing fans and would really be a great opportunity to really see these horses and how they sort themselves out against one another.
Yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic that we'll see that. Baeza obviously skipped the Preakness. Sovereignty skipped the Preakness. Journalism has participated in the first two legs. Sentimentally, for lots of reasons, I love Michael McCarthy, but I'll be rooting for Journalism. I'm also rooting for Journalism because I want there to be proof that you can run in all three of these races. There's no weird science that suddenly come up that says that they can't run in all three. And the adversity that Journalism overcame in the Preakness. And you watch a lot of races, I watch a lot of races. When I saw him extricate himself from that hole in the Preakness, I turned away from the camera and said, the TV, and said, he's going to lose again. He's going to run second again. This is so frustrating. And I looked back up and I go, I can't believe he's going to run second again. Oh my God, he's going to win. And like that journey that he took me on for those 12 seconds, yeah, I'm a fan for that horse forever.
He was truly much the best in that finish in the Preakness, in the way that he battled back after that trouble. So as far as the topic bar does go, of those top three finishers, who do you like in the Belmont? It would be Journalism for you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I think Sovereignty, beat him on the square in the Derby. I don't think that Journalism necessarily had an excuse. It was on a sloppy racetrack. But look, it's a game that's played outside. Sometimes that happens. So I think Sovereignty deserves all the credit he's gotten. But we're also going to get a very fit horse. I don't believe you're going to get a tired horse in Journalism. I think you're going to get a horse who's been battle-tested, who's overcome adversity, who's going to come in here and run his best lifetime race, in my opinion, in the Belmont Stakes. And if he does that, I don't think there's a horse that will beat him, and that's what I'm hopeful will happen.
There he was this morning at Saratoga galloping. We saw him ship in following the Preakness Stakes directly to Saratoga to train in preparation for the Belmont up there. He shipped into Todd Pletcher's barn. Of course, Michael McCarthy, former longtime assistant for Todd Pletcher, part of that extended Wayne Lucas coaching tree, which is pretty cool to see as well. So Journalism getting acclimated, training up there. And I think Andy actually brought up a really interesting point about this, that it seemed Michael McCarthy, knowing he had a really good one, trained him all along like he could be a Triple Crown horse. With that in mind, a lot of horsemen work backwards. If you're planning on running in all three, it's not necessarily a huge hurdle no matter what.
This is not an afterthought for Michael McCarthy. He is a very, very calculated person. When you talk to him, you know that there's been a plan for this. I have no worries about how many races Journalism's been running in.
Let's meet the field for race 6, Belmont at the Big A maiden claiming, starting off with Sequential.
Yeah, switches from the Chad Brown barn and didn't do much running for Chad. Don't see what's going to change here.
Here is the current Chad Brown runner, Timing Difference.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran well last time for maiden 75. He's obviously just a little cut below, but these maiden 75 races to me run like lower level maiden special weights.
Scottish Storm dropping back down.
Dropping back down, doesn't have a lot of early speed, which is a little bit of a concern in a group like this.
4 is out. Here's the 5, Gypsy Dreaming, who could be forward.
Yeah, this is where I landed on Gypsy Dreaming. I'm going to forgive that last race where there was some trouble in there. If you look at the 2 races prior to that, where the horse was 4-1 and 13-1, so I don't knock the horse for running third and second. I think could be tough in here.
Second time starter, the Closer.
He looks like he might need to start closing a little bit better. He took back last time, didn't do much last time. Maybe this time he will.
And Barb.
Barb. I wonder if this is named after someone named Barbara. This is one where the race on debut I thought was actually pretty good. Regressed a little bit last time. We'll see if this one can run a little bit better in here, but I don't have a problem with this horse at 5-1.
I was chasing the speedy 1/900 on debut. Blinkers coming right back off today. That's the field. Want to remind everybody you can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit bonus. Use promo code BELMONT25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up at NairaBets.com. It's 3-2 now on the 2. Timing Difference, a horse that at one time I know there was some high hopes. He's the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Chancellor McPatrick, but unfortunately not everything runs in the family.
Yeah, I mean, I think timing difference, there is a difference in timing for this one.
Yep.
It seems like Chad likes something about the family, right? Because this is a 4-year-old, so he must have come back into the sale or come back and saw Chancer McPatrick and said, I know a little bit about this one's family. Timing difference is one of those horses that last time, after making the lead in this kind of maiden special weight light, is what I'll call it, maiden claiming 75, found kind of his group and ran well enough in there, but still wasn't able to see it out. Look, it's one of those situations, we talked about it with Irad in the last two races, and Chad in here. This horse is probably the most likely winner, and in 4 minutes, this horse is probably going to get his picture taken. I just can't wrap my brain around it at 3-2. That's all.
Very short price to have to take as he's warming up on the track. Let's go down and check in with Sarah.
And we'll start there with Timing Difference, who does certainly have the credentials based on his last 2 races to win in this spot, both of those with buyers in the 70s. So he has taken that step forward as that returning type of horse, and we'll see him yet again in here with a question about what sort of tactics they may want to use with him, because he was forwardly placed in his return sprint race, even though he did not break from the gate all that quickly. And then last time out, they conceded that early position to his uncoupled stablemate and Claire Quilty, and it looked like he was getting a great setup going that mile distance last time out. With the 2 pace setters dropping back, he sort of floated a little bit wide off the turn and kept his path in the stretch, where he still ended up being run down by Always Be Smart. So just coughing at things up in the later stages. Maybe the 7 furlong distance will hit him right between the eyes today as being that middle ground between the two. And he certainly is one that, again, has improved since he was that 2-year-old and early 3-year-old. I just wanted to look somewhere else at what was a short price. Now, the horse that I wondered how much money he may or may not take, that's the number 3, Scottish Storm, who is one that has a race 2 back that absolutely fits with your current favorite. It is that question of what happened last time with him, a horse who was forwardly placed in there and then tired. I will say that with that race, we did run 2 divisions of the same race that day, and the other one was a full couple of seconds faster. So the figure from that race on buyers is a little bit lower than I think some of these horses necessarily are capable of, with a couple of them having run faster in their race prior to that and then returning and running quite a bit faster in their next start. So I feel as though he's a little bit better than his last race. It is just that question of whether or not he is one that's going to return to his race 2 back, though you got a rider in Irad Ortiz Jr., who is certainly having himself a day so far, and this time you'll get 5-1. For my top pick, I went to Sequential, a horse who is going from trainer Chad Brown over to Linda Rice. He needs to get a bit faster, but he was off a significant layoff last time, posted towards the far outside at Keeneland, and he was one that was a part of the early pace, but it was a contentious one, and he never got the opportunity to save any ground in there. I think that was a good return effort for him and getting some fitness in that spot, coming back in here for the 7 furlong distance yet again. Blinkers are coming off, and I think with him, if they want him to relax, and that is the goal, they certainly got that kind of behavior from him in the paddock, though once out on track, got that nice solo warm-up, and if the rail is playing nicely today, he certainly benefits from having that inside position. I think he could be one that takes a step forward.
Sarah, thank you. We'll see who can take a step forward today, because that really is the question. We'll take a look at the number 5, Gypsy Dreaming. I know you have some interest in this one. Jonathan coming in off of a disappointing effort. Yes, you mentioned the trouble in there. It was also with blinkers on. And as I mentioned earlier with another horse, sometimes horses almost get a bit too keen with getting blinkers on, and they really can settle quite a bit with that equipment coming right off.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe it could just be like a tool to kind of refocus them to a certain extent. But yeah, I mean, the previous 2 races can absolutely win this race. And there's an excuse in the last race, and there's a little bit of trouble in there I think can kind of help excuse that performance. But yeah, I mean, I think 5-1 is an absolutely great opportunity on this one. Like I said, the 2 timing difference can probably win, probably will win, just a little bit too overbet.
Short price at 4-5 right now. There goes the number 1, Sequential, being aided into the starting gate, one that sometimes can be a little bit headstrong. In the preliminaries, we'll get a chance to kick off the pick 6 here as well, starting in this 6th race. Races 7, 8, and 10 still on the turf, including that stake race, the nightcap today, off the turf if you're playing the pick 6. So getting ready here in the 6th race, we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Gypsy Dreaming moving in. Luis Rivera Jr., the closer. Last to load. To the outside, Romero Mirage. And Barb. Moving forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Gypsy Dreaming is in the early mix, and towards the outside, here's the closer, and following them is Barb. Just in behind them at the rail, that's going to be Scottish Storm. Second to last is Timing Difference with the Triller, Sequential. No hurry up front as the leader to the inside is Gypsy Dreaming. Look to take back a little bit. Doesn't look like much pace on as there's the closer sitting in second. Barb is under a tight hold up on the outside in third. 22.66 was the opening quarter mile. At the rail, that Scottish Storm is in fourth. Timing Difference is right in behind this group. Under a snug hold here with less than a half mile to go, and the Triller is Sequential. They're chasing Gypsy Dreaming. Gypsy Dreaming, still in command, is up by 2. The closer is stalking right there from second, and Barb is 3 wide. Timing Difference starts to warm to the task, and here comes a wide round from Timing Difference is going to be 4 wide as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. All in is Scottish Storm. Sequential is trailed throughout. They're still chasing Gypsy Dreaming at the top of the stretch. It's Gypsy Dreaming who's trying to sprint clear. The closer is making hard work of it, but does start to cut into that margin, and here comes Timing Difference, grandstand side. Barb is in between horses. The closer has taken the lead. Timing Difference to the outside. Barb in between horses. Timing Difference has now gotten the edge. It's now Timing Difference who's up by a full length. Give it to Timing Difference. Flavian Pratt gets the victory. The closer was second, then Barb and Scottish Storm in 1 minute 22.51 seconds.
Timing Difference got the win. Yeah, you had to take a short price on it, but it seemed like the cavalry charge was all coming late, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling like a really smart person for about a half a mile when the 5 had opened up and looked comfortable, and then he just kind of fell apart, and the other horses came running. The 6, the closer, actually did close. The 7, Barbara somewhere would have been proud about how this horse ran. But at the end of the day, the 2 Timing Difference was just much the best. Now, he's got a long way to catch up to his brother, little brother, Chancer McPatrick. But, yeah, you know, he found his group. I think he found a group that works for him. This maiden 75, I'd be surprised if anyone got claimed out of here. I don't think it's that kind of race where you're having to worry about potentially losing the horse. But I think it is a situation where you can avoid running into some of the $400, $500, $600 million type horses that you can sometimes run into in maiden special weight races.
Finding your friends, so to speak, as we often talk about with some of these maiden claiming races, but 4 to 5 Timing Difference got into the right spot today. 2, 6, 7, 3 in race 6, as Jonathan mentioned, an improved effort from the closer on that drop in class as well. Second time out for Belmont, but it was Timing Difference for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt getting the victory. Here, we'll bring you prices and more live racing from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. When we come back, stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
America's Day at the Races continues as timing difference makes his way into the winner's circle in start number 6. It's a winning one. Certainly found the right spot today to get that victory.
He sure did. And like you said, he found his friends, which is key to a lot of these situations when you're dealing with horses is putting them where they can win. There's certain spots where they'll look like they can't be competitive because they're just horses that are in there that are better than them, a little bit faster than them, a little bit grittier than them. And when you can find them into a spot where they can have some confidence and excel, you can get performances like this. Now, I don't think anyone thinks that this horse is going to end up in graded stakes by any means, but I do think that there's a place for this horse to win a race like this and then to go on to do other things.
Yeah, well said. $3.80 winner. Timing difference gets the victory in race number 6. That's it for you. Time to say farewell.
So, I'm out of here. I owed you one because you left. You showed up late, and I had to deal with Andy. Now
I was downstairs reporting.
I pay you back. I pay you back, and now I leave.
I'm gonna miss you. No, I'm only kidding. Andy Sterling coming back on the other side to join me. Well done, Jonathan, as always. As we head back over to the Jersey Shore, Lafitte Pinkai back off of I don't know where you were, Lafitte. Are you getting a hot dog? Were you at the Twinkie stand? I mean, it sounds like there are so many places where you could be found over at Monmouth Park.
I was exhausted, like an 11-minute break or something, but now, yeah, refueled and ready. Jonathan's going to miss all the good stuff. He's going to miss a cross-country pick 5. He's going to miss the cliffhanger. He's going to be on some stupid subway somewhere because we still have the teeth of this Saturday Monmouth program coming up shortly.
That was well scripted there.
He's going to miss everything. All the good stuff. That cross-country pick 5 in 5 minutes here. The 7th race looks a lot different than it did this morning off the turf. Again, the only turf race is the cliffhanger, but that 7th race does launch this cross-country pick 5. Races 7, 8, and 9. Belmont at the Big A, races 7 and 8 get started in 5 minutes. The cross-country pick 5.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, I think a lot of people will lean on the 10, and then in race number 9 at the Big A, the 2 is going to be a heavy favorite. But I think Violet Smile will end up going off a little bit heavier favorite than the 4 here. Bolt of Paradise. Paco Lopez was on both horses. He goes on the also eligible to 10.
Worked well from him earlier in the program. Giants Audible kicks off the post parade. Gutty win here last Sunday.
Yeah, really gutty win in between horses and got the bob, but needs to improve again.
Number 2 is Out Cheese. Number 3, Me Little Frost Girl in, determined winner at Parks 12 days ago.
Yeah, with blinkers on, it seems like it's changed her a little bit, and maybe she can improve even more.
Moving quickly, Bolt of Paradise, horses 6 through 9 out. There's a second choice, Violet Smile and Paco.
Yeah, this is the horse to beat, Violet Smile and Paco for Derek Ryan. And then 11, Jody's Ruby draws in for John Service. You know, not that good of dirt races at all. That's why this also eligible is at 6-1.
$16,000 claimers, 5.5 furlong dash. Fillies and Mares kicks off the cross-country pick 5. You'll see it live here on Fox Sports 2. Post time 4 minutes. We'll be right back.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 1250.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Just in time. Welcome back. Race 7, Monmouth Park. Paco doing Paco things pre-race aboard Violet Smile, the current even money favorite. Paco looking for a 4th win this afternoon. One of the most interesting pre-race routines and warm-up, day in and day out, race in and race out, from one Paco Lopez.
Yeah, Megan and I were talking about it in the last race. He had the 2-horse, I think, was sniffing some burgers and hot dogs over there.
Whatever works, man.
Yeah, and he just does this. He has these horses on the outside fence. This horse has got his ears straight forward. Looks like he's ready to run, or she's ready to run in here. And Derek Ryan, a fixture here. You get Paco aboard, and that's why you're getting even money.
Derek Ryan, Violet Smile here. Even money to her outside. You touched on Jody's Ruby. She was not entered main track only as Violet Smile was, but she does draw in from the also eligible list. It's a matter of how she fires off the bench. She's live on the board, opened up at 10-1 now, 9-2. What will she do in her first start since the first week of February?
You know, it's a tough call. She won a $100,000 race as a 2-year-old and just hasn't moved on since. It seems like her best buyer has been like 49. She does have 80,000 in the bank. When you look at a horse like the 10 Violet Smile, she consistently can hit that 50 mark, and I think she's got the speed to put away. But again, you're taking an even money shot. That's 1 for 21. Now, I know they all find their field eventually, but 1 for 21 is hard to back at even money.
Had the rail in her latest outside post today, and for the crowd here, they're fired up and maybe getting a little vertigo. At least we are. They're fired up for this cross-country Pick 5 about to get underway. The 7th, 8th, and 9th from Monmouth. 2 races. Belmont at the Big A. And, yeah, this enthusiastic, big Monmouth crowd, the record-breaking crowd on Mother's Day. And I expect that we'll see more for the marquee dates throughout the meet, the bigger stakes races, Father's Day, and, of course, the Haskell Monmouth signature race.
Yeah, and it seems like, knocking on wood, the rain has passed us for the next couple days, so I think we'll be back on turf, and the crowds will be even more tremendous the next couple days. But, yeah, I think the best part about it, Lafitte, all the young faces in the crowd.
Families here, those smiling faces, smiling that much more if they can smoke out a 7-1 shot, perhaps
Yeah,
in the
right?
form of Giants Audible on your screen. So what do you do with her, that gutty win just 6 days ago? Now the quick turnaround. It can be a lot to ask, I think, especially in these lower level claiming ranks.
Yeah, it could be really tough for her. I mean, she beat a field with a 39 buyer, and she barely won. And then it was a blanket finish between 3 horses. So that's why I thought she needed to really improve in here. You do get Jean Aguilar, a young rider who's progressing and getting better.
And Bolt of Paradise, number 4, 8-5, 15 lifetime starts, all of them on grass. Wonder what they think she's going to do in her first start on due. Will they be smiling as such after the 7th race at Monmouth Park? Maybe they got somebody to put a couple bucks on Bolt of Paradise.
Yeah, right.
By Bolt Doro, who was a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. He was the favorite in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile back in 17, won by the maiden Good Magic. There's some intrigue here. Trying something different, trying dirt for the first time after 15 turf spins.
Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get here with the 4. The 4 could blast this field, or you don't know. And that's why I think the public is kind of mixed between that horse and the 10.
Don't have to wait long for the answer. Post time, race 7 live from Monmouth.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Me Little Frost Girl sent for speed. Isn't quick enough to go to the front, though. Jody's Ruby, Violet Smile. It's Jody's Ruby with the lead from Violet Smile, who's a neck off to the inside of that horse. Giants Audible in third. A length and a half off two runners who are pretty much together with a half mile to go. Me Little Frost Girl outside of Giants Audible, and that leaves Bolt of Paradise to trail 5 behind. Encouraged already at the back as they go into the far turn. Jody's Ruby the leader, but here's Violet Smile there on the outside, still together. 2 back to Me Little Frost Girl in third. Giants Audible is shown more rain in fourth, gets a tap on the shoulder while losing that third position. And Bolt of Paradise still at the rear as they come to the top of the lane. Violet Smile, neck in front. Jody's Ruby appears all in second. These two swing off the turn together. Giants Audible tips outside for a final 3/16 charge. Violet Smile clings on to the lead. Here's Giants Audible on the scene. Giants Audible, Violet Smile sprinting in the final furlong, and Giants Audible and Gene Aguilar have surged clear. Giants Audible with a stock and pounce trip to score. Photo for second. Me Little Frost Girl was in it with Violet Smile, and then Jody's Ruby, who was fourth. Bolt of Paradise fifth.
He doesn't need no stinking rest off the 6-day break, the 6-day turnaround. Giants Audible, 2 wins in less than a week here at Monmouth Park. This one at 7-1.
Yeah, good ride here by Gene Aguilar, a young kid that's been riding little rail to the swing out here and gets the job done. I know you like this horse a little bit, Lafitte. Did the 10 hold on for second? Ooh, I think he did.
This angle's funky, man. I've been wrong. I don't know, the couple times I've guessed.
Paco, I love Paco, but he needs to ride that horse out. I think he got popped because he didn't ride that horse out. Let me look at it here. He's looking, too. He's looking while the horse rips him for second. You got to love it.
Oh, man. Very close, very close.
He did. He got beat.
Me Little Frost Girl out. Yeah, gets the
watched,
bob over
he watched
Violet
the horse.
Smile.
He literally watched the horse rip him. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Giants Audible digs in, holds on outside Paco Lopez and Violet Smile. Plugging away, Me Little Frost Girl. And just gets her nose down over Violet Smile. And,
Listen,
Paco wins a million races, 11-time riding champ. That one probably not going to go on the highlight reel.
Yeah, it's not going to go on the highlight reel. It's a Juan Soto moment right now, the way he's been going, yeah.
Man, that's a different discussion altogether. Look at this, 7-1 over 16-1 in the 7th at Monmouth to kick off this cross-country Pick 5. So much good racing headed your way, sending you right back to the Big A. About that time, late Pick 5 time, Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock, 11 minutes out. 7th race, Aqueduct next.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale Adelapa. About Giants Audible by Florida Derby winner Audible. Sport of Kings Racing Partners LLC. Silvino Ramirez winning trainer. Gene Aguilar triggering the upset 7-1 at post time.
Yeah, and Frank's that win last time out for maiden 10 goes in for a 16, basically $1,000 non-winners at 2, and sat a good trip. Gene really gave this horse a really nice ride from inside to outside, and Silvino Ramirez really got this horse going. And I can understand why they were going to enter this horse for turf. This horse had a good race at Saratoga way back when on the turf.
She wins clear, and there's me little Frost Girl picking off Violet Smile. 1, 3, 10, Giants Audible, race 7, Monmouth Park. Holly, you're stepping aside as this revolving door continues. Food trucks and sandcastles and fake tattoos, all kinds of trouble for you to get into.
There's a lot of trouble, but I think I'm going to go over to the ribs. I'm going to try to get messy because I got one off, and then I'll clean up for the stakes race.
Food trucks here. The Food Truck Festival, along with the remaining races here at Monmouth Park. Still have the Cliffhanger coming up, Acacia, and still have that late pick 5 about to get underway at the Big A, and I see you have new company.
I do. I want a camera to follow Paulie if he's going to get ribs. Can we get some live footage of Paulie making a complete mess of himself, please? Please?
On Memorial Day, don't they have
you could
some
live
sort of...
stream it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have
Paulie,
contests
live
over
stream.
there, right?
You could probably charge for it. Make some cash.
Well, I got a Paco Lopez bib, so I'm going to bring that with me.
Oh, no.
On that note.
we'll be following what Paul's up to on his break over there at Monmouth Park. But Andy, back over here, as Lafitte mentioned, late pick 5. You and I have been bouncing around today, and good to have you back on the desk as we'll take a look at the last couple here. Race 7 coming up next. This race is on the turf, which is good news, especially for the New York breds having a chance to run on the grass this sprint. A good allowance coming up here as well, and it's kind of that type of race where you have a tepid 7-2 favorite.
Yes, it's nice to have this race back on the grass. The 7th, the 8th, the 10th, the stake are all on the turf, and this is a highly competitive race.
We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the remaining part of the entry. I'm kidding, first time on the turf.
I have to one turf winner, and there is some turf, but it's not a big turf move-up family. Will he have this, or she have the same speed on the grass?
Top of the table, gets back to the turf.
You know, she's a fringe player. If she can get back to some of her turf races, she's a better turf horse.
She actually ran well in her only 2 turf sprints. Here's Spirit of Esther, who got back on the grass last out.
Coming off a career best effort, going 6 furlongs in the grass last time. I do think this is a deeper, tougher field.
Here's the 4, Tariga, another one who was able to get back on the turf in her last effort.
I thought she ran very well behind an impressive winner for Amelia Green. There does appear to be some other speed, though.
Big price on the 5, Shock, who I guess we're skipping the post parade. There's the 6, Royal Event, first time on the turf.
Well, Royal Event, yeah, probably overmatched.
19-1 on that one, getting out of the turf for the first time. There's the 7, Boston's Finest, another first-time turfer.
Is a half to a turf winner. I wouldn't say it's turf move-up breeding, though.
Honest Mischiefs can handle the turf. We'll see. That one does take to it. Yep, tepid favorite Perugia here at 3-1.
The feeling is this horse ran well as a 3-year-old, first start as a 3-year-old, improving on the dirt, and probably more of a turf horse.
There's Queen Atlas, yet another first time on the turf by War Dancer.
I think she's a little sneaky. I always think these Bill Murray trainer switches are interesting.
Progeny of War Dancer seem to love these New York turf courses as well. There's Miss Bourbon second off the layoff.
She's my top choice in here. I actually thought she ran sneaky well in a big rider change to John Velasquez.
9-1 right now. Nice price. Lady Jasmine off the layoff.
Yeah, the thing about her is she's a turf horse, but she's better going longer.
And to the outside, Liner Right will have to work out a trip from that post.
And she'll have to find a way to win a race because she's not exactly a winning type, but the faster the pace, the better it is for her, and she is second off a layoff.
And there is the 5. Shock. Looks like she parted ways with her jockey Omar Hernandez Moreno.
That's an interesting way to put it.
One of the gate crew coming over to assist him and give him a leg back up. They do it all there behind the starting gate as 39-1 first time on the turf with that one. So that's the field as we'll take a look at the number 4, Tariga. who, as you mentioned, I mean, Slightly Busy was very impressive, controlling things last time out in that turf sprint. Tariga, I thought, ran really a good effort with a horse that is now making her third start off the layoff. I think she's a major player in here.
No question about it. I think it just, like anything, depends on how much speed you get from others. Is Perugia going to show the kind of speed she showed first time when she chased a very fast pace? Is 1A I'm Kidding going to have the kind of speed that she has on the dirt? Is somebody else going to get involved? If she's able to get away with a fair pace in this race, I think she's going to be tough. She ran very well last time. She just lost to a horse that ran a huge race off the layoff.
She did, pulling away from the field. Tariga holding on gamely to keep second there. She's 5-1 right now. A lot of different ways to go in this race, though, as we head down. Check in with Sarah.
I agree, a highly competitive group here, and the horses that are taking quite a bit of money, at least for this moment in time, they're ones that, yes, maybe have some upside, but not quite as much of the proven turf form as we are seeing in the past from some of the other horses in this race that are fairer prices, and I feel as though Tariga is one of those types, being 5-1 right now, and now the second choice in here versus Boston's Finest, who was taking quite a bit of money and is now 6-1, as well as the number 8 Perugia. But Tariga, I agree. Last time out, she was very impressive, and they're finishing second at 12-1. I feel as though she's clearly a better turf horse and has found what she likes to do with turf sprinting. She did win a couple of starts back on the turf sprinting for the $40,000 tag, the non-winners of 2, and she was on the front end that day, so it is that question of whether or not there's going to be the kind of pace that will suit her in this spot and if she can work out the right kind of trip. But 5-1 and no problems with a horse who has some consistent turf sprint form, coming in third off the layoff. The horse who ran very well last time out, that's Spirit of Esther, running a 70 buyer, and they're finishing second. And she was coming off of a layoff, having not run since November of the prior year. She does have another turf race where she has a good effort and a similar type of number, and finishing third at a huge price that day, 62-1, though that was routing. And I just sort of wonder what race she's going to bring into this spot. I felt as though she was able to save ground in that last race, and maybe she's likely to do so yet again today, but she's going to be a much shorter price than she has been in her last 2 turf starts. I went to the number 2, top of the table, as my top pick in here. I can't take credit for this angle. That goes to Andy Sterling. But the track being sealed, it's not something that she runs well with. Her last race, that was the case. It was a good sealed surface, as well as her first and her third races of her career, with that second race in between over a fast main track being quite a big race in terms of being faster relative to the other 2 first and third time out. So it feels as though she's one that will appreciate getting back over to the grass. 2 turf sprints in her career, both of them decent efforts, one of them breaking her maiden and then running well in the subsequent one, while stepping back up in class and finishing second at a big price that day. If you can excuse the last race and think it was a function of the sealed track, she was in some pretty consistent form and might prefer returning to the grass.
She's a big price at 11-1, Sarah. Thank you. Top of the table. Certainly one, Andy, as we talked about in the post parade, she has some credentials, given that she's only sprinted on the grass twice. And as Sarah mentioned, both of those were good efforts.
Yeah, and I mean, rail posts in these sprints can be good and bad. She doesn't have much speed, but it can present problems for riders getting shuffled a little bit. It's just problematic. It's not a question. I mean, Manny, obviously a terrific rider. It's just these posts. But the other thing is they can work out well if you can save ground, but you've got to get that trip where you can save ground and get out in the stretch. It can be problematic, but it can also be extremely good. And it's just a good example of why turf racing is good. You can find horses that there's an argument to be made. The top of the table can be contentious here and is a big price. I feel the same way with Miss Bourbon, who I thought ran very well last time off of the layoff with a less than terrific trip, and I think switching to John Velasquez could really help. And she's 8-1 in here. I don't have a big problem with Perugia. She makes a lot of sense, but I don't think she's a good bet at 5-2 in here because we don't really know how much she's improved. The thought with her is that she is more of a turf horse. She ran pretty well in her debut, and then on the dirt she ran well, but maybe she's really a turf horse and she's just gotten better. But 5-2 to find out in a competitive field, to me it seems seems a little short.
A lot of different ways to go in this race, and sometimes you hear people say that turf sprints are big head scratchers, but it's also a great opportunity to find value.
They are a learning experience. We have been running them for a long time, but you're right. A big field like this, you can usually find somebody with a chance at a price.
Chris Griffin has the call. Race 7, sprinting on the grass.
To the outside. Line of right. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Perugia. Royal Event has early speed, so does Tariga. And there's Tariga towards the inside now with the head in front. Splitting rivals is going to be Shock, who wants to be in the early mix. And there goes I'm Kidding with the speed too. I'm Kidding from far outside is now about to cross over. And here's I'm Kidding with a head advantage. Tariga towards the inside is now a clear second. Following them, that's Queen Atlas in the yellow cap, who's taken third. Shock is back to fourth. Dropping back, there's Royal Event, who's now in fifth and stacked up in behind. That's Spirit of Esther and top of the table. They got caught in some traffic mid-pack. Out wider in clear, it's Boston's Finest. From the back of the pack, trying to run on, that's Lady Jasmine there with Perugia. The two trailers, line of right with Miss Bourbon. 22 seconds flat for that posted opening quarter mile. Tariga towards the inside, and I'm Kidding. I'm Kidding with a head advantage. Tariga battles on towards the inside, and Shock is back for more. Boston's Finest is trying to rally on. Perugia on the grandstand side. Lady Jasmine's in there too. Tariga has dispatched of I'm Kidding, but here comes a host of pursuers. Boston's Finest, Perugia making up a lot of ground, and down towards the inside, Liner Right out of nowhere with a rail skimming ride. Look at Liner Right rolling. Perugia is in front. Liner Right at the rail. Liner Right ground saving journey gets it. Perugia's in a photo there with an oncoming Miss Bourbon. Then came Boston's Finest with Tariga in 1 minute 10.36 seconds.
Liner Right finally gets back to the winner's circle, and it was a great ride by Kendra Carmouche, Andy, because she was posted to the far outside, and he was able to make a rail skimming run late.
Yeah, no, a horse that you would think wants to get out in the clear and make that run, and you can see Kendrick's just buried down there, and finally things open up. He took a gamble, and it paid off for him, and it paid off enough that I ran second with the number 10. Lost to Liner Right. I feel like I've hit bottom.
To be fair, Liner Right's a horse that I know we all have had a little bit of a soft spot for. She often shows up. She just doesn't usually seal the deal.
And I got to tell you, I've won a few photos against Liner Right in my day. And
I think we all
she
have.
got the job done. I'm happy for Dave Donk as well. As excellent ride by Kendra Carmouche, getting it done as this race fell apart. I'll tell you something. The number 4 Tariga ran extremely well in here because this race did not collapse until the very, very late stages. And she got that. The one horse broke slowly in there, I'm Kidding, and then she rushed up outside of her. And there's a lot of give in this course. 1:10:36 is not a particularly fast time in these turf courses. So listed as good, and it is every bit of good here. That was a fast first quarter. Some losing effort by the 4.
Big effort from Tariga, who I believe ended up 5th in here, but hung around as long as possible. 12-8, 10-7. Liner Right finally gets back to the winner's circle with a rail skimming trip from Kendra Carmouche. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Who's the best? Who's top horse? Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknight has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknight.
Cyberknight ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. As you see a lovely view of Sheep's Meadow, Central Park. I used to live right near there. Loved hanging out.
I do live right near it.
I know. You're lucky.
Yeah,
I
great.
miss that. It's the best. As we take a look at what just took place in race number 7, there's Kendrick Carmouche. The winner's circle lead and is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale, to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. So there's Line Right in the blue cap on the back and had to wait for room a bit, but was able to save all the ground and sneak up the rail eventually.
This is one of those rides that Kendrick might have gotten criticized for if he didn't get through in there, and I think they need to be remembered. And the idea was, this horse never really wins. I'm going to take a little gamble with her. And she really seemed to accelerate down inside, which is kind of unusual. You know, the 10 who I played in there, I was saying to you, I thought she got a good trip in there. Johnny was just outside of Linerite on the turn, and he angled out in the stretch, but he didn't really lose that much more ground. The reality is that Kendrick sort of down there in tight. It was an excellent ride by him that worked out, and the 5-2 Perugia pays $6 to place.
$12.60 winner, as that'll certainly help in the cross-country pick 5. You've gotten some pretty solid prices thus far.
The opposite of yesterday's
yes,
pick 5, which
exactly.
cross-country pick 5,
exactly
was very
right. So good luck if you're still alive. 3 more legs to go, including, as we send it back over to our crew over there, Lafitte, the next race at Monmouth, race 8 for the New Jersey breds.
New Jersey breds here. That Louisiana bred jockey at Aqueduct. Kendrick Carmouche looked like Frankie Dettori at Royal Ascot coming back after that win.
He plays up the crowd at Aqueduct, and you know the Aqueduct faithful love
so good.
Kendrick.
So good. Here at Monmouth, post parade, good New Jersey bred sprint allowance, $68,000 purse. Emily Reward at 11-1. Derby winning rider in the saddle, Sunny Leone. Then she's a bombshell, unraced since her 8-length maiden win last September.
Yeah, real nice effort there. Now, that was as a 2-year-old, got a 46 buyer, could improve.
Allison Park then let her run back to dirt after 3 turf spins.
Yeah, Holly Crest Farm, huge in New Jersey breeding for years. Filly runs consistent. It's going to have to pick it up. This is a pretty good group.
First of 2, Isabel de Tomaso homebreds, Cool Spite, then Little Leah.
Add speed to the affair, certainly will be a part of the pace.
Redhead Italian, more outside speed.
Coming from a blonde-headed Italian, yeah, more speed. Moving up out of claiming races.
Howler, more speed as well. Here, the second of the 2, Isabella de Tomaso homebreds.
This filly broke her maiden as a 2-year-old and got a 72 buyer figure. And usually they improve from 2 to 3, and she's drawn outside. She should get a real nice trip. 4-1 is a very generous price for the 8 Howler.
Yeah, so this is what you're talking about. Howler, her debut right here, 4th of July last year, Richie. She's 11-1 and does not run like it.
Doesn't run like it at all. Now, maybe this was a function of a horse that just, didn't really show herself in training, and maybe she's not showing herself in training now, but I'd rather have a horse that doesn't show up in the morning and shows up in the afternoons.
I don't mind her at a price today if you think that's a price, if she was ignored in her debut. And surprised everyone.
Ran fast. I mean, for a first-time starting 2-year-old New Jersey bred to get a 72 buyer figure. He's trained by Cathal Lynch. Cathal Lynch knows how to get a horse fit. There's a series of steady 5 furlong works. Howler should not be 4-1. And Redheaded Italian, I think Paco, 6-5.
So, yeah, and the contention and the speed to the outside with Little Leah, she's quick. Howler, she's quick. Red-headed Italian, who we're looking at, Paco Lopez, pedal to the metal right from the start, 6-5. What's the key for her today?
For Howler?
For a red-headed Italian.
Red-headed Italian. Well, I think she's going to have company. I don't see her getting loose on the lead here, do you? I mean, she's coming out of a 12-5 claimer. Now, she is dropping back into restricted company with Jersey breds, but I think she's going to have plenty of company, and she's coughed up leads in the past. Yeah. I don't see her at 6-5
Her
at
one
all.
win when she cleared. She may make the lead, but clearing, that's a different story given who's to her inside and to her outside.
Little Leah is 21 fast, you know, at Penn National. And the thing about the outside post with Howler, it gives her options, right? She's able to kind of follow and see how things develop. And she broke a step slow on debut.
Yeah.
And still ran that well.
Who's she kidding? Not a lifeguard. She's making her own speed figures by now.
It's great. But I tell you what, being downstairs, the feet, there's so many families here, so many, you know, young kids out.
Love to see it.
It's great atmosphere.
Love to see it. And this is, and on this Memorial Day weekend, we touched on Mother's Day, the record crowd, looking ahead to Father's Day, and yeah, just a real family atmosphere. And I spent more time here last spring and summer than I had any other meet at Monmouth Park, and didn't realize that was such a big part of everything at Monmouth Park, and how they focus in on these days, these holidays, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and how that becomes a family outing, and how that's been the tradition for years.
And I believe that's what helps create racing fans, right? You go to the track with your father, your mother, your grandparents. Somebody takes you in your family as a kid, and it's an event. The pageantry of it, the beauty of the horses. And as an industry, we got to get young people closer to, actually physically closer to horses.
Very rarely, I can't say I've ever experienced it firsthand. I've never taken somebody to the racetrack, and at the end of the day, they've looked at me and said, yeah, I'll never do that again. The next time that happens will be a first.
Yeah, I've never heard it either. People get excited. And I love when I get to bring people back to the barn area and have them touch a horse, feel the energy, feel the power. Because these horses emanate such a strong energy. And you really see it kind of opens up people's eyes. You know, whatever perception they have of racing, they have a different and better perception afterwards.
Here at Monmouth Park, with 80 years of history and tradition, we had a chance to walk you through a Hall of Champions earlier and seeing some of those names, and Damascus and Bold Ruler, Ruffian, maybe the greatest 3-year-old filly who ever lived. I didn't know. I didn't know she raced here. And seeing her name on that banner, and the fact that she won the sorority here as a 2-year-old filly, and how many legends of the turf that have performed here over the decades.
Well, the sorority and the sapling were two very important races, one for fillies, one for colts back in the day. And at the time, and I could be wrong, but I got to look this up and double check it. I think in that sorority was the only time Ruffian didn't go off favored. Hot and Nasty was a very good filly trained by Dan Lassiter, ridden by Darryl McHarg, that I actually think went off favorite today. And then they went like 3/4 and 108 and 2 or 3 or something ridiculous.
One of the greatest of all time. And those memories never to be forgotten, those legends and champions in the Hall of Champions here at Monmouth Park. Who's next? We eagerly await. Eagerly awaiting the start of this 8th race, Monmouth Park, and these New Jersey-bred sprinters as they've reached the starting gate. Final thoughts. What do we know we're looking for speed from the outside. 3 post positions, Little Leah, Redhead Italian, Howler. This is going to be really exciting right from the start.
I think this is a really good heat. A lot of speed signed on. Public has drifted in the right direction, and Howler is now your favorite. Isabel say it.
Isabella de Tomaso.
De Tomaso. You say it so much better than me. Daughter of Amory Haskell, first president of Monmouth Park, and
race car driver.
Race car driver in the 50s. She was Danica Patrick before Danica Patrick.
Very well said. That story, we need to dive deeper and tell that very story. Isabella de Tomaso with 2 homebreds in the field. We'll see how they perform. It is post time for the 8th race, Cliffhanger, the 9th. A little bit later on, you see it all live right here on Fox Sports 2.
Redhead Italian. Let her run. Second to last. Howler to the outside. waiting for Haller to take her spot. New Jersey bred filly and mare allowance sprinters on the dirt going 6 furlongs. Haller in the gate now. We're ready to go. And we're off. Redhead Italian on the lead with Little Leah. Little Leah charges in front from Redhead Italian, Haller to the outside. Those 3 across the track. She's a bombshell, makes it 4 across the track down the back stretch. Allison Park in the 5th position, 2 off the pace, another 2 lengths to let her run. Emily Reward second to last. Cool Spite at the back. At least she's got a fast pace to run into. They're down the back stretch here, and Haller is quickest of the pack. Goes off as the heavy favorite, 3-5 Haller, as she goes into the far turn, 2 ahead. Little Leah surges and is second, now loses position and loses that second position to Redhead Italian as they round the turn. Allison Park's trying to make a move on the outside, claiming third from a weakening Little Leah. Then she's a bombshell. Cool Spite's trying to get into it on the rail. She's slipping inside of 3 runners and trying to move forward as they come to the top of the lane. Haller in the meantime, she's still clear. Allison Park second, Redhead Italian on the wrong lead, third and struggling. Furlong to go. Haller just keeps going. Haller has opened up. 4 lengths coming to the 16th pole, and Haller and Eliseo Ruiz, a big performance today. Cool Spite rounds out the Cat Lynch Exacta. Allison Park third, photo for 4th, let her run, and Redhead Italian.
Reminiscent of her debut on the 4th of July last year, hasn't run since. Haller runs them off their feet in the 8th at Monmouth. Isabella de Tomaso's homebred, undefeated in 2 starts. Impressive.
And I believe it was a 1-2 finish for Isabella de Tomaso. Listen, this filly was super impressive on debut. You expect her to be better with some age. The outside post gave her that 1/8 of a mile to really kind of find her stride before let out a notch by Eliseo Ruiz. Now, there was some traffic for Redhead Italian, who had to check pretty severely going into the far turn. The only horse outside of her was Haller. So I don't have the benefit of a head-on. I didn't really see exactly what happened.
But something happened.
But something happened. And usually right away you'll put the onus on the outside runner when you see a horse in between come out of a spot like that. But again, without the benefit of a head-on, I'm just speculating.
Perhaps we'll have a chance to revisit. For now, no signs of an inquiry or objection. 853. The De Tomaso Exacta, Haller over Cool Spite, 85347 in the 8th at Monmouth. Haller, perfect in 2 starts, rolls in her comeback.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Well, she wasn't 11-1 today as she was in her debut. Crushed late. Thumbs up, Alicia Ruiz. Howler, and there she is. Well, that was Isabella de Tomaso in the winner's circle. Proudly watching this unfold moments ago. Howler top of the stretch, giving this field the slip.
And she had to show big speed. They went a sub 22 first quarter, 21-4, and she kept finding. When she was roused by Alicia Ruiz, she kicked on again. This is a very, very nice filly.
Now, 4 lengths in the end. The De Tomaso Exacta, Howler 3-5. Isabella De Tomaso used to drive race cars. Now she's been breeding horses and winning races for decades. And Alicia Ruiz, you know, he doesn't have that T-shirt cannon. I don't know how strong his arm acts. There it is. Unleashes one to the fans here at Monmouth Park. So we have the food trucks, we have the tattoos, the sandcastles, and now like a mosh pit, like a T-shirt mosh pit after certain riders win races.
Yeah, it's great. You think about kids crowding around the winner's circle, particularly in Saratoga, trying to get goggles, right? People just love giveaways. Yeah. And it's amazing how giving a kid a pair of goggles can make them a racing fan for life. Something we probably take a little bit. Attorney in Albany then, and they were hanging in his office in a case, and he said that experience made him a racing fan for life. Something you wouldn't even think about.
Such a small gesture.
Yeah.
Such a small gesture. And to a kid, to a child, it means the world. And you were just looking at the payoffs thus far, I believe, from this cross-country pick 5 as we make our way through the sequence. It'll wrap up with the Cliffhanger race number 9, and just thrilled that it's on grass, a very competitive, deep, fun edition of the Cliffhanger, 47th running. That's here. Meantime, at Aqueduct, horses in the paddock, gearing up for the upcoming 8th race, 9 minutes to post. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the players' track.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. As we get ready for race 8 coming up, 1 1/8 on the turf. 3-year-olds and older meeting the field. Andy kicking things off with Brits Witt.
I like Brits Witt. Thought this horse could be forwardly placed, has run reasonably well, and at least has some recency.
Son of English Channel, off a little bit of a freshening for Mike Maker. Very surprised at how short this horse is, War Officer.
I think this horse is an atrocious favorite. I don't believe that last race is nearly as good as it looks, and I think there are other better horses at much better prices in here.
Took a long time to break his maid and then came back with a win. Here's Steel Vengeance, first time on the turf.
But not a lot of turf pedigree, and this horse would need to move forward to be competitive here.
Nostalgic One, the other Todd Pletcher.
Well, if you want horses that come from way back, this is your guy.
Distance, no problem for him, but he is slow early. There's the 5-6 Kings on a 7-day turnaround.
Yeah, the one turf race is not even close to being competitive here.
Big price on the board. There's the biggest price, though, collect from Ike.
Yeah, he has some back turf races that really aren't that bad. I don't know why he's a bigger price than the 5.
Agreed.
Frankly, he's much more likely to win than that horse.
Long layoff for Hillyard.
Yeah, he was ready to run a few months ago. They decided to wait until the turf season started here rather than run him in Florida. And he is good enough to win this race, but the layoff of concern is a very big price.
Yeah, generous price at 10-1. And there's Freedom Trail, major contender, coming back as a 5-year-old for John Terranova.
No question about it, but he is running for the claiming race the first time. Hasn't run in 7 months. John Terranova doesn't have too many horses that make this drop, particularly on the turf, and he hasn't had much success with it. Listen, if he runs his better race, he and Hillyard have the 2 best races of anybody in here. Hilliard's the long layoffs, that's a bigger concern, but this guy hasn't run in almost 8 months, so I think I'm a little concerned about this too, and I'm not sure why he's 2-1 and the number 7 is 9-1 now, and maybe that's a sign that there's information this 8 is doing better than the 7, but I mean, he can win, but I look at this race, I thought there were a lot of flawed horses in here. The 8 and 7 are hard to trust, dropping down off the layoff. Nostalgic One, who can win, is very slow, and I don't like War Officer. I don't like that race he won last time. I don't think those horses are very good, and I'm just, I think he's okay, but there's a reason he hasn't really run much in New York, in my opinion, and I think he's an underlay because Irad is riding him. I like the 1 because it's a price.
See how it plays out. Again, this race also on the turf. We're going a distance here, those.
Yeah, I think with the 1, my reasoning, just to go into it, is if you look up those turf races, they are good enough to be competitive with anybody here as long as the 7 and 8 don't run their good races. So they're coming off layoffs, they're dropping down, and it's also going synthetic to turf, a move that's worked well in the past for Mike Maker. Just thought he'd be a little bit interesting in here. It's kind of a slightly different face, and the price is right, so I bet a few dollars.
And as we head down to Sarah, the big question is for some of these class horses with those layoffs.
Exactly, and those are the 2 towards the outside, and bettors not having much trust in the number 7 Hillyard to return to some of his prior races off of that lengthy time away. A horse who at times has run well fresh in the past, but his uncoupled stablemate down towards the inside taking more action in the wagering than he is. He is a better turf horse, but the thing with him is that he's already not really a winning type, more of those 2nd and 3rd place finishes. He has a world of faster races against better horses overall, but lots of questions to answer in here and very cold on the board. The horse that is taking money in figure 2 and one that I did go with on top is the number 8 Freedom Trail, who, yes, he has the questions of the layoff as well and the drop in class, but we saw a particularly strong group of 3-year-olds on the turf in 2023, and he was one of them that was just facing horses that there's a plethora of grade 1 and multiple grade 1 placed graded stakes winners within that group, like Integration, Silver Knot, Far Bridge being one of them as well. And he's just one that the company that he's kept overall, I have to imagine that this class relief will suit him well in this spot, and just think he might be a touch better than the rest of this group, though he does have some things to contend with. I don't like War Officer at all either. I'm in agreement with Andy on this, a horse who is a short price in here. Yes, he has that recency edge, but you really have to be of the mindset that neither Hillyard nor the number 8 Freedom Trail are going to show up with any of their prior races in here. I think he's just been facing some inferior company down south, and I'd like to see him take yet another step forward against horses like this at the short price that he is now. I understand that he is the one that is in form lately, and maybe he's going to have a little bit more forward position than horses like Hillyard and Freedom Trail, but at 2-1 second choice or anything close to something similar to Freedom Trail, just not for me.
Sarah, thank you. We'll see how it plays out as Freedom Trail is 8-5 right now. And look, I mean, certainly he's got his own fair share of questions, Andy. Only raced twice in 2024.
Right. You were making that point off camera to me, and you look at him, right? He runs twice in the fall of 2023, 2 years ago as a 3-year-old. Doesn't come back for 9 months. He's only able to stay on the track for 2 months, so maybe the drop down does make sense in that case. He's being a gelding. And listen, he ran well enough last year, and he could certainly win this race. I don't want to gamble on him at 3-2, but I can understand why he's a logical player, and I do like him more than I like the 2, but the 2 does have some recency. We'll see what happens. It's these kind of drop downs at short prices, they're good to bet against if you have an idea. You know, you don't want to just create something, and sometimes you have to say, you know what, I don't have any good ideas. I don't really trust that horse, but I don't find somebody I want to bet on. And I think in the perspective of being a public handicapper and giving picks out, if you're going to give out picks that are 4-1 or more, you've got to bet on them, in my opinion. You can't give them out and not be willing to lose your money on them. If you're giving out 6-5 shots and you don't want to bet on short prices, that's one thing. I always feel like when I'm picking a short-priced horse, it's not a give up. It's just sort of saying, I don't have any good ideas to try to beat this horse. And because they're not really the kind of horses I'm looking to bet. Maybe you're looking to lean on them heavily in a multi-race bet or something. And this horse at 7-5 doesn't strike me as that kind of horse. I thought there's enough of a case for me to make for the 1 to take him at a better price.
What about the 4, Nostalgic One? You brought this horse up to me. He's a horse that, yes, comes from very far off of it. But he's one that has shown he can be effective at longer distances in another English Channel.
Yeah, but this is a 1 1/8, right? Do we want him? I mean, you know, you were saying to me they tried him at a 1.5 miles. It was Kentucky Downs. In fact, both races were Kentucky Downs. He actually didn't run that badly the first time out when he finished 3rd. I'm not going to say he can't win. It's Flavian Pratt riding for Todd Pletcher. You see the English Channel. That's why you're thinking he would want to go longer too, right? Because the English Channels usually can run all day.
Usually. I mean, the horse you like is an English Channel as well. It's really just kind of amazing. The dominance, of course, the late English Channel passed away a couple years ago, but, you know, what he was able to do as a turf stallion in America.
Won the Breeders' Cup Turf in 2007, and a rare horse that got a bit of a chance, a turf horse, to be a stallion. It worked out, and I really don't understand in this game why, with so much money available in turf racing now, none of these turf horses can get stud deals. You know, you look at what Millridge did with Oscar Performance. They took a shot with him.
Brilliant.
And it's worked out great. He's got turf horses. He's got dirt horses. Claiborne is standing to Marshalier. I'm surprised that there isn't more of a market for these. I understand everybody's trying to win the Kentucky Derby. Having said that, there's great value for turf horses in this country.
A lot of money up for grabs
Yes,
as well.
there is.
It's big purses. 7-5 now on the number 8 Freedom Trail Fun Race on the grass, going 1 1/8 miles coming up. Send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Going in. All set. And they're off. Pretty even beginning. Collect from Ike is trying to show early speed. 6 Kings is right there, and Steel Vengeance towards the inside. Steel Vengeance with a nose advantage over 6 Kings, who's going to follow that pace setter, is going to stalk from 2nd. At the rail, there comes Britt Swit. Little Keen is at the rail in 3rd. It's shared 3rd with Collect from Ike, who moves forward. Just behind them, that's War Officer, who's going to sit in 5th. It's in front of Freedom Trail, who's now going to get right in behind that leader. Second to last, it's Hillyard and the trailer, late running Nostalgic One. They work into that turn 23 and 4 for Steel Vengeance. It's Steel Vengeance in front, and 6 Kings is stalking from 2nd. Britt Swit still not very settled, as a Little Keen is right in behind horses, saving ground, but wants to go, is in 3rd. Collect from Mike is in those yellow blinkers, starts to move forward from 4th, and War Officer in between horses as they back off the early speed. Freedom Trail still patiently ridden. It's up on the outside here, is in 6th. It's in front of Hillyard, and the trailer, Nostalgic One. They work up the backstretch 49 and 1. That half-mile time and very tightly bunched here as they've got less than a half-mile to go. The leader is Steel Vengeance. 6 Kings is ready to pounce. Down at the rail, it's Britt Swit. Followed to the outside, Collect from Ike. War Officer, Irad Ortiz Jr. is splitting rivals still. A lot of horse there is in 5th, nowhere to go yet. Freedom Trail is trying to get the first jump, is circling wide. War Officer in behind horses, being asked the question from the back. Hillyard, a nostalgic one, is looking for a seam 2 as they really fan out here at the top of the lane. Freedom Trail's going to get the first run. War Officer is looking for that seam. Still battling on as Brits Witt. Hillyard is rallying on from far out of it. Steel Vengeance is not out of this either. They are lined up across the course. Brits Witt is in front. Hillyard is trying to circle them all, and here comes Hillyard on the grandstand side, is taking the lead. It's Hillyard in front. War Officer's battling on towards the inside. Hillyard won it. War Officer second, then Brits Witt finished third, followed by Nostalgic 1 in fourth in 1 minute 51.28 seconds.
Has not raced since January of 2024, but Andy, you said he's been ready to run for a while, and he was certainly ready today. Hillyard with the victory off the bench.
It's crazy that off an 8-month layoff, the 8 dropping down was 7-5, and this horse was 10-1. Totally lost. Unfortunately, my 1-7 box didn't work out, but not Dylan Davis's fault. He gave the one a great ride and trip, just not quite good enough. But Hillyard, nice job off the long layoff for trainer Mike Maker, who finished first and third.
Good to see him back and into the winner's circle. Well done by Manny Franco. As it's time for us to say goodbye, we had a little bit of a marathon day, you and I. You did the handicapping show earlier as well, but good job hosting earlier. You did a very good job.
I'm learning from you and Greg. I appreciate that. I'm trying to learn. I didn't learn anything from Lafitte, though, that guy.
I learned a lot from you.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. As we'll send it over to Monmouth. We are saying goodbye, so it's all on your shoulders now. Good luck.
Heavy lift. Andy, well, he's learned that first pitch Dodgers-Mets game 2 of the series at 7:30 this evening. Hopefully a similar result to game 1 last night or in the wee hours of the morning. But first things first, the racing continues here at Monmouth Park. The Cliffhanger is next. Only turf race in the afternoon. Turf course listed as good. 47 years of history. Richie, a race once won by Cozine, an eventual Breeders' Cup Mile winner over 40 years ago. I don't know that there are any Cozines in this field, but they're betting Signature like he's in the realm of a Cozine.
Well, what he does have in common with Cozine, he's a big gray horse like Cozine was.
Right on cue. And he's expensive. $1.7 million purchase. Reborn on grass? Maybe.
Absolutely. He has a quality on grass that he didn't possess on dirt, and that's the ability to accelerate. He has a turn of foot now.
Highest distinction if he brings his best. Look out.
This horse is being overlooked. He had 2 preps on synthetic. He's getting back to the proper surface. I think he's a player at a big price.
There are no words. Second in last year's Cliffhanger.
Should be forward, coming off a layoff, too. Sometimes it's a little harder on horses that are forward off of layoffs because they run more of the race.
Belluni, Chad Brown, yes, but how good is he? 7-2. Then Forever Super, the morning line favorite, overlay at 7-1.
Another horse that can be forward, and he's versatile, and he's had this 2 starts. This is his 3rd off the layoff.
Too big a price. Defeated favorite in last year's Cliffhanger was Forever Super. Then Otago, opportunity for Axel Concepcion to make his presence felt.
Yeah, Axel Concepcion trying to make an impression on these Monmouth Park trainers. He's going to have his tack here all summer. This is a horse that can be a bit forward.
He's pure gold. Home field advantage. 7 wins on this turf course.
And if you like him, you're getting 8-1 on Paco Lopez. Almost unheard of here at Monmouth Park.
Unheard of. Fulmineo, late threat, look out.
Coming off a good effort last time against Signature, where he rallied and he had an alter course that day. A little further back than he normally is. He's a horse that can lay up a bit in a little bit better position.
47th running of the Cliffhanger. Mile and a 16th. Turf course is good. $100,000 purse. Paul Signature, look at that. Revving his engines, looking to remain perfect on grass.
Yeah, and a horse that's really exploded and really changed since he's gone on the grass. I think the blinkers off, too, they took off about like 7 or 8 starts ago, has helped. But when you get onto a different surface and you happen to win your first 2 races, that's why you're favored here at 8-5. But I just think it's really hard to take anybody at 8-5. This is a really salty group of horses in here. You can make a case for a lot of different runners in here. But Signature, you know, those last 2 races are very good, and that's the barometer. That's the horse to beat. Now, the 9 on the complete outside in here, Fulmineo, you just, you know, like Mick just said, this horse got kind of put behind the 8 ball in the same race and was rolling late. But what sticks out the most on the 9 are the 2 soft turf efforts where he won both of those races. And, you know, we've gotten a lot of rain. We haven't run any races on the turf so far today. This will be the only one. It is labeled as good. I happen to think, and I was talking to Richie, that it could be more on the soft side with the rain we got. So we know that the 9 is going to like this surface. So I understand where the public's going with 1 and 9. The 7 is my long shot in here, Otago. This is a horse that's had no chance slots 2 and 3 back. In that race over a yielding racetrack over at Hawthorne, when he was behind the 8 horse here, here's Pure Gold, that horse ran way better than Look, was wide the most of the way, and I think actually liked the footing. So I'm giving you a long shot here, Lafitte, at 18-1. Although I do think the 9 and the 1, the 2 favorites that they have right now, are going to be the 2 horses that beat. But I think the 7's going to run. I thought the horse looked well on the track at 18-1.
It's interesting. Nobody feels 7-5 on paper. Nobody feels 18-1 on paper in this competitive edition of the Cliffhanger. And the X factor, the unknown. We're guessing. We're connecting dots. The condition of the turf course, as Paul mentioned, listed as good, but how good? How soft? We haven't had a chance to watch any other turf races. So how often have you seen it where a turf course is listed as X and then you watch one turf race? You're like, wait, no. There's no way it's that. It's more like this.
I think we'll be able to tell pretty early on. And a lot of it is watch the kickback. If they're really throwing turf back, if they're peeling the course, then it's more on the soft side of good than the firm side of good. That being said, at least there's no cut in the ground, meaning that it hasn't been used up yet where horses have made those footprints. It still looks like a very pristine turf course, even if there's give in it.
Signator, the favorite, Sugar McGahee, he was asked why the switch to grass after 12 starts on dirt. He said, the horse basically forced me to do it. I had to change something, referencing a series of dull dirt races. He's taken to the grass beautifully. What are you expecting from him today against this field?
Well, I think he's a horse that's shown he needs to get his feet underneath him. He's got to save all the ground in the first turn because once he gets rolling, you don't want to get a big, long striding horse like him stopped. And I will say I was impressed all winter with Samuel Marin's prowess on the turf.
Marin, the jockey who's ridden him in his 2 turf races. Up against it, maybe from a pace standpoint, on paper, not a lot of pace. That probably benefits. Forever Super works against Signator, maybe works against Fulmineo, but loved his. That was his first race in 7 months and has an extra 16th of a mile to work with. We're all set. Post time for the 47th running of the Cliffhanger.
Ready to go in the Cliffhanger Stakes. And they're off. Good beginning for all. He's Pure Gold, bounced into the bridle right away, but There Are No Words is quickest and comes out of the chute with the lead. Balloony takes second, Forever Super third, with He's Pure Gold to the outside. Signator the Gray is 5th as they come by us. Then Highest Distinction shuffled back to the second last spot. Otago towards the back with Fulmineo as the 8 runners approach the clubhouse turn. The New Jersey bred, There Are No Words, off the layoff for Chuck Spina, leads the way at a sensible clip. Leads a length and a tail from Balloony in second. Forever Super in a pocket third to the inside of He's Pure Gold. Then Signator, Highest Distinction. They run as a pair. The last 2 pretty much together. Fulmineo and Otago as they make their way up the back stretch. 6 or 7 lengths from first to last. 23-2 the first quarter. And There Are No Words delegates to set the pace here. A length in front, Balloony in a good spot second. There Are No Words opens up the lead to a length and a tail on Balloony. Forever Super third. He's Pure Gold, shown more rain in the 4th position. Signator joins him while going well from the inside. Highest Distinction 3 wide with that pair. Fulmineo is 4 deep with that party going into the turn. And Otago is at the rear as they charge into the turn here. There Are No Words, a neck in front of Forever Super. Balloony is giving way. He's done and not being persevered with, is plummeted to the back. Forever Super comes calling for the lead and grabs it. There Are No Words is second. Signator boxed in behind horses. He's got horse, but he's got nowhere to go. He's trying to get outside. Signator, Forever Super, a good horse here, got the jump. Forever Super 2 lengths ahead. Highest Distinction second. Otago from the rear has taken third with a 16th to go. Forever Super asked for his best. Highest Distinction and Otago, who's surging on the outside. Here comes Otago. Otago, Axel Concepcion to win at a price. He's 12-1 in the Cliffhanger. Good battle for second. Forever Super and Highest Distinction were there.
Eclipse Award winning apprentice of 2023, Axel Concepcion and Otago, selected by a former Eclipse Award winning apprentice, Richie McLeori.
No. Paul picked that one. I picked the runner-up at 14-1.
Paul had that one.
Yeah,
Otago, thrilling finish. Cliffhanger in the cliffhanger. Otago over highest distinction. Thrilling stretch drive.
Thrilling stretch drive, and a win like this for Alex Concepcion is really going to open people's eyes. You know, you're at a new circuit. You want to make a good impression. This is the way to get off the mark. So, four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca picks the 7, Otago. I like the 2, highest distinction, who got a good ride and a good trip from Fernando Yara. Appeared to get up for second. The photo sign is still up, but I'm pretty confident. Yes, he did get up for second. So Paul gave you the 12-1 shot. I gave you the 14-1 shot.
Very well done, both of you. Paul, down to Paul.
Yeah, I'm with assistant trainer Matt Hartman of Otago here. Saddled the horse for Kelsey Danner, and we were just talking about the ride by Axel Concepcion.
I thought it was a perfect ride, great trip. Couldn't have planned it out any better if I put it on paper.
Is it even more enjoying when you saddle one for the boss and it gets home in a stakes race?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, congratulations. Go get your picture taken. Axel Concepcion gets his first greatest stakes win, or stakes win here at Monmouth Park, Lafitte.
The win in the cliffhanger, his first season here at Monmouth Park, and making his presence felt indeed with Otago. And how much more exciting, Richie, when you're just heard from the assistant trainer. We're looking at Axel Concepcion, not just winning a stakes race, but doing so when it's not necessarily expected.
This is how you get people's attention, when you win on a long shot, a horse that people weren't expecting to win. He went off 12-1. He timed his move perfectly. And now tomorrow morning, it's up to Axel to get up extra early, hit the barn area like extra early, and let people know, hey, I'm here, I'm hungry, I'm serious.
Axel Concepcion, Otago. Well done, Paulie. Well done, Mig. Highest distinction with the exacta 7-2. Forever Super, the favorite, who got crushed. By the way, we were discussing him earlier.
Yep.
He was overlaid around 7-1. Wound up the favorite here, does everything but win, just ambush late.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well and got a perfect trip. Signator, on the other hand, was kind of buried in traffic.
Yeah, nowhere to go when the real running started. That's going to wrap things up for us. One left here at Monmouth Park. You can see it at NairaBets.com. Exciting weekend of racing, Memorial Day weekend racing, Aqueduct and Monmouth Park. Just moments ago, Axel Concepcion with the 5-year-old by Speightstown, lengthens his stride, runs down Forever Super, holds off highest distinction. That's right, cliffhanger in the cliffhanger. Otago wins the 47th edition. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Pace projection, Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horses, step on the track here for today's ninth race. Race 9, 6 minutes away. Today's ninth, start of the late pick 3. Race 9, 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9. Field loading. There's Masterwork. Sin Hombre. Ride Up. Ain't No Joke. Uncaptured Star goes in. Big gain. Ironman Ira. Moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Uncaptured Star has early speed. Ironman Ira is in the early mix too. Just behind them is Boss 302, and towards the inside, Blue Silks Ain't No Joke. They are tightly bunched in behind the 2 leaders. The leader is Uncaptured Star. Luis Rivera Jr. with a nose advantage. Right to the outside, Ironman Ira and Ruben Silvera in pursuit. At the rail, that's Masterwork, and that tightly bunched front end with Ain't No Joke in between horses is now a shared 4th. As moving forward is Ride Up, center of the racetrack in the pink silks. Boss 302 has been ridden along since they sprung the latches, being passed to the outside by Big Gain, who's starting to make up some ground, and the trailer, Sin Hombre, 22-1 for that pressured opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Uncaptured Star, still with a head in front. Ironman Ira still right there to the outside. These two shoulder to shoulder here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Ride Up is ridden along towards the outside. Trying to catch up here is Big Gain, center of the racetrack. Sin Hombre's following that move. Uncaptured Star is trying to sprint away. Ain't No Joke has got to pick it up from there. Big Gain starts to roll down the center of the racetrack. Uncaptured Star is still in front, but for how long? Big Gain is catching with every stride. Here's Big Gain to the outside. A very game Uncaptured Star is looking for the line. Uncaptured Star, Big Gain in time. Big Gain gets up for the win over Uncaptured Star. Sin Hombre and Ride Up by 1 minute 16.26 seconds. Order finish. First, the 8, Big Gain. Second, the 4, Uncaptured Star. Third, the 5, Sin Hombre. Fourth, the 6, Ride Up. 8-4, 5-6 in race 9. Winner of today's 9th race is the 8 Big Gain. He's a 4-year-old gelding bred in Kentucky by Mr. Big out of Altoon. Winning owner, Altschuld and Abramson. Winning trainers, Dan Ward. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Race official, exacta 8-4, $21.70. The double, $34. Trifecta, $71.37. Superfecta, $724 even. Pick 3, $270.50. Pick 5, $2,874.25. Running time, 1 minute 16.26 in race 9. Up next, it's race 10, 25 minutes away. Today's 10th race, a field of 9. Race 10 is the 11th running of the Paradise Creek. 6 furlongs, outer turf, $150,000. Race 10 in 25 minutes. And they're off. Uncaptured Star has early speed. Ironman Ira is in the early mix too. Just behind them is Boss 302, and towards the inside, Blue Silks Ain't No Joke. They are tightly bunched in behind the 2 leaders. The leader is Uncaptured Star. Luis Rivera Jr. with a nose advantage. Right to the outside, Ironman Ira and Ruben Silvera in pursuit. At the rail, that's Masterwork, and that tightly bunched front end with Ain't No Joke in between horses is now a shared 4th. As moving forward is Ride Up, center of the racetrack in the pink silks. Boss 302 has been ridden along since they sprung the latches, being passed to the outside by Big Gain, who's starting to make up some ground, and the trailer, Sin Hombre, 22-1 for that pressured opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Uncaptured Star, still with a head in front. Ironman Ira still right there to the outside. These two shoulder to shoulder here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Ride Up is ridden along towards the outside. Trying to catch up here is Big Gain, center of the racetrack. Sin Hombre's following that move. Uncaptured Star is trying to sprint away. Ain't No Joke has got to pick it up from there. Big Gain starts to roll down the center of the racetrack. Uncaptured Star is still in front, but for how long? Big Gain is catching with every stride. Here's Big Gain to the outside. A very game Uncaptured Star is looking for the line. Uncaptured Star, Big Gain in time. Big Gain gets up for the win over Uncaptured Star. Sin Hombre and Ride Up by 1 minute 16.26 seconds.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Horses step on the track for today's 10th race. Race 10, 7 minutes away. 11th running of the Paradise Creek. $150,000, 6 furlongs, outer turf. Race 10, the Paradise Creek, in 7 minutes. Horses now on the turf course. At the gate, it's post time for today's 10th. 11th running of the Paradise Creek, $150,000. 6 furlongs is the distance. Jet Sweep Joe moving forward. Insubordination. Supersonic Blue. Flat to the mat. Warheart. Assertiveness. Pivotal Moment to the outside. Pivotal Moment. Stepping forward. 11th running of the Paradise Creek. All set. And they're off. Warheart flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and there is Warheart is up close in the early mix. Jet Sweep Joe is right there on the pace and clock tower. At the rail, here's Super Swift, and in between horses, Insubordination is going to steady out of there, wants to go, but it's just held back there, is in the 4th position. Now Warheart's back to 5th. Assertiveness, Pivotal Moment is out wider, flat to the mat, and the trailer, Supersonic Blue. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Clock Tower. Plenty of pressure to the outside from the long shot in Jet Sweep Joe. Warheart is back for more. 3 wide, and between horses there is Insubordination. Super Swift took off the pace a little bit, is at the rail. Pivotal Moment is trying to circle rivals. Flat to the mat with nowhere to go right now. Supersonic Blue. A tight hold is the trailer. Starts to make up some ground. Assertiveness is there as well. They reach the top of the lane here in the Paradise Creek, and Jet Sweep Joe challenges to the outside of Clock Tower. Flat to the mat is weaving in between rivals. Assertiveness is trying to run on Insubordination. Clock Tower is trying to get away. It's Clock Tower who's up by 2.5 lengths. The 16th left to go. Clock Tower is dominating so far. Give it to Clock Tower in the Paradise Creek. Flat to the mat up for second, Insubordination. Then came a photo that was Jet Sweep Joe with Assertiveness. 1 minute 9.49 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First, the 5, Clock Tower. Second, the 3, Flat to the mat. Third, the 2, Insubordination, and a photo for 4th. 5-3-2 and a photo in race 10. Running time, 1 minute 9.49. Hold all tickets until race 10 is official. Still waiting that photo for fourth, but into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 11th running of the Paradise Creek, $150,000. Number 5, Clock Tower. He's a 3-year-old, gelding, bred in Kentucky by Not This Time out of Hot Stones. Winning owner, Mrs. Fitzroy Hay. Winning trainer is Wesley Ward. The winning jockey, Junior Alvarado. 5-3-2 in a photo in race 10. Photo sign is down. Fourth going to the number 6, Jet Sweep Joe. 5-3-2-6 in race 10. Trophy presentation here to the winning connections, the Wesley Ward Barn. Winning rider, Junior Alvarado. For owner, Mrs. Fitzroy Hay. 5-3-2-6. Clock Tower wins the 11th running of the Paradise Creek. Congratulations. Exacta 5-3 returns $78.25. The double, $13.80. Trifecta, $244 even. Superfecta, $8,015. The pick 3, $79.75. And Grand Slam, $83.75. Running time, 1 minute 9.49. Coming up, it's race 11. 11th and final is 22 minutes away. Race 11, move to the main track, get run at 1 mile. Race 11, 11th and final in 22 minutes. They're off. Warheart flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and there is Warheart is up close in the early mix. Jet Sweep Joe is right there on the pace and Clock Tower. At the rail, here's Super Swift, and in between horses, Insubordination is going to steady out of there, wants to go, but it's just held back there, is in the 4th position. Now Warheart's back to 5th. Assertiveness, Pivotal Moment is out wider, flat to the mat, and the trailer, Supersonic Blue. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Clock Tower. Plenty of pressure to the outside from the long shot in Jet Sweep Joe. Warheart is back for more. 3 wide. In between horses, there is Insubordination. Super Swift took off the pace a little bit, is at the rail. Pivotal Moment is trying to circle rivals. Flat to the mat with nowhere to go right now. Supersonic Blue. A tight hold is the trailer. Starts to make up some ground. Assertiveness is there as well. They reach the top of the lane here in the Paradise Creek, and Jet Sweep Joe Challenges to the outside of Clock Tower. Flat to the mat is weaving in between rivals. Assertiveness is trying to run on insubordination. Clock Tower is trying to get away. It's Clock Tower who's up by 2.5 lengths, a 16th left to go. Clock Tower is dominating so far. Give it to Clock Tower in the Paradise Creek. Flat to the mat up for second, insubordination. Then came a photo that was Jet Sweep Joe with assertiveness in 1 minute 9.49 seconds.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 1250.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Horses, step on the track here for today's 11th race. Race 11, 6 minutes away. Race 11, move to the main track. Run at 1 mile. Race 11 in 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 11. Don't forget, right back here tomorrow and Monday. 2 more days of racing still here for the week. Sunday and Monday. First post tomorrow is 110. 110 first post and 9 races on our Sunday afternoon card. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. 11th and final. Bank on BB. Goes in. Freud's Fancy. Broken Zipper. The Splendid One. Dear John. And Ashdale. Ashdale. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Freud's Fancy. Early trailer. Bank on BB. Right out towards the front. The Splendid One is going to chase from second, but it's an easy lead. For Bank on BB, who's in front, is up by 3/4 of a length and taps on the brakes, and that's going to allow Broken Zipper to move up on the outside. And now Broken Zipper will challenge for that early lead, and these two are head and head as they come out of the chute. The Splendid One is watching them from third and follow towards the outside here from Ashdale. Freud's Fancy was off a step slow, has moved forward to second to last, and the trailer, Dear John. 23.22 for the opening quarter mile. Bank on BB was trying to slow things down up front. Broken Zipper was having none of it. And Broken Zipper is a half length back, is applying the pressure towards the outside. The Splendid One travels with Ashdale. They travel as a pair. They're third and fourth and starting to move in closer with less than a half mile to go. 46.54 for a half mile time. Shoved along from the back is Freud's Fancy, and the trailer is Dear John. Bank on BB is in front, a neck in front of Broken Zipper. Here comes Ashdale, and Ashdale is ranging up 3 wide. The Splendid One continues to battle on towards the inside from fourth, and Freud's Fancy is trying to rally on there in the purple cap with 4 to make up. The trailer throughout has been Dear John. They reach the top of the stretch, and they haven't reached Bank on BB yet. It's Bank on BB is trying to shrug off the challenge of Broken Zipper. Broken Zipper is now put a neck in front. Bank on BB continues to battle back towards the inside. Freud's Fancy is making up some ground. A furlong left to go. It's Broken Zipper in front. Broken Zipper starts to tire. Freud's Fancy is now rolling. Here comes Freud's Fancy to the outside. Broken Zipper's looking for the line. Freud's Fancy up in time and wins it by a neck. It's Freud's Fancy over Broken Zipper, Ashdale, and Bank on BB in 1 minute 40.35 seconds. Winner of today's 11th, number 7, Freud's Fancy. She's a 4-year-old, bred in New York by Freud out of Ms. Lynn Kelly. Winning owners, McCrocklin and Cantor. Winning trainers, Michelle Nevin. The winning jockey, Jose Gomez. Freud's Fancy, bred in New York by Alan C. Hallett. Race 11, it's official. 7-8-12-1 is official. $1 exacta 7-8, $11.40. The double, $13.70. Trifecta, $18.12. Superfecta, $167.50. The pick 3, $47.75. And pick 4, $149 even. Pick 5, $3,680.25. In the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $142.25. 6 of 6, $15,514 even. Running time, 1 minute 40.35 seconds. That does conclude our live racing action here for a Saturday afternoon. We will race Sunday and Monday. Keep that in mind. We will be right back here tomorrow for some more great racing action. Simulcast does continue, and we'll see you tomorrow. First post 110, 9 races on our Sunday afternoon card. When racing will resume with the New York Racing Association and live racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night.